Well, hello, YouTubes. How are we doing in the YouTube's universe today, guys? The universe tubes. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Welcome right in shotgun. Are you up front? Are you ready? And welcome, Lazapool. 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 Good to see you. Good to see you. What are we doing tonight, folks? Well, we're going to be starting off going through the final segment of Wendi Adelson's interview. Where we left off, General Isim had covered himself in custard in the trifle eating competition. I just imagine him next door. You know, the theme of the week is that when General Isim lifts the bowl of trifle, that's, you know, a good 2.5 foot diameter bowl, a big punch bowl, yeah, full of trifle. That's what is a trifle? Should we have a look? I forgot what's included, but you just know Isim's going to love it. And you know what I realized today, folks? Isim didn't testify in Charlie Adelson's trial. He testified in KD1, he testified in KD2. But of course, Charlie Adelson's trial was the first trial with Judge Everett. So Judge Everett and General Isim have never met before. In court. They probably know each other from the cannoli eating competition, where one of them took first prize and one of them took second prize, but there was a real big drop off to third prize. You know, the last two contestants were going at it for an extra 3 days after that last guy was full. And you know, Judge Everett took General Isim to school, but Isim just wouldn't give up, you know. Wouldn't give up until he had to be taken to the hospital. Trifle ingredients. What's in it? So I just get the feeling of, you know, when we see Donna Adelson's trial, which is going to be the first time in Tallahassee, Leon County Courthouse, where we've got Judge Everett and General Isim in the same building. You know, that they might meet each other in the elevator and just get really into talking about their favorite desserts, going over the last time they had trifle, reminiscing, to the point where they might both be missing from the courtroom, right? Everyone's like, where's the judge and the witness, the key witness? We're here. Okay, look at that. You've got a layer of jelly and fruit, custard and cream. So I just imagine General Isim in the other room. The theme at Tallahassee Police Department is Isim takes the 2.5 foot diameter punch bowl of trifle and just picks it up, no spoon, starts slurping out of it and won't stop until he can hold the bowl upside down above his head and nothing drops on top of him because it's all inside him, you know? So that's about where we left off. I think General Isim's all the sweet treats are gone from the other room, and he's back in the hot seat with Wendi Adelson, right? Hey, Soap, I know everyone loves your snores, but you have to wait until you can release it on your Christmas CD. Snores you to sleep with Soap from Metrix. It's going to be a hit, I think, you know. Yeah, so let's just come away from our desserts discussion. We're not Judge Everett. We're not Judge General Isim. You can just imagine those two meeting in the elevator or something. When was the last time you had chocolate fudge? Oh, I have chocolate fudge 8 times a day. When was the last time you had a Butterfingers? I'm having one right now. come back to Chambers and we'll talk about our favorite M&M color. It's a 4-hour discussion in Chambers. Oh, where are we? Okay, what are we doing? Man, we have had a sleep shift and I'm still getting it together. Just bear with me, folks. What am I doing? Share this tab instead. Screen that puppy and roll tape, please.
How you doing?
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
How are you doing?
I feel like my head's about to explode.
I'm about the same.
Oh.
Yes, I'm Wendi Adelson, and I've chosen to talk like a 5-year-old girl now. This is my toddler voice. How are you doing? I'm about to say. Fucking just want to shoot her in the face, you know? Actually, that'd be too quick. I don't think I should really describe what I really want to do. It might be too dramatic, even for this channel.
I need to find out this number here, 6,800.
That's Danny's number.
God, imagine if he said 6570, the number of the bump. Of course, the bump hasn't happened yet. How weird would that be?
Wait, 6,800. 202.
8,200.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same here. I'm just going through, these are phone calls that you made.
Yeah.
Charlie's your brother?
Yeah. No, I didn't call any like weird sex hotlines or anything this morning.
That's okay. We've seen that
Really
before.
embarrassing.
Again with the sex. I mean, I get really bored with the sex talk with this girl. Jesus Christ. What was it on the last segment, part 2? He doesn't have a weird sex addiction. He didn't owe anyone any money. He's a straight shooter in an ivory tower kind of way. He's not liked, but he's not hated. People don't want to go to lunch with him because he's a dick.
It's all right. You checked your voicemail yet?
Oh.
Or no, you
Why would
checked.
it be a 305 number?
No. Your number. Isn't that you?
What's a 305 number? Anyone in Florida know that? Or anywhere? What is 305? We could look it up, but let us know in the comments, guys. If your number is a 305 number, what does that mean?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, I called this number.
Okay. That says voicemail.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know what that means, but I'm just basically going over this with you to see if you can clear up anything. And of course, this is Charlie, your brother. Your brother. Michelle Turner.
A friend of mine who lives in Colorado. Renee. Renee's the one that used to be the victim advocate. Renee is a very close friend of mine that is interviewing at FSU today for a position.
Yeah, let me just quickly tell you her job, title, and academic accolades all in one sentence.
Leaving at 7:30. And if there was ever a woman I would really like to get a hug from, it's Renee, but I don't want to bother her on her.
Rita Hinden.
That's the mother of my friend Tova.
If ever there was a woman I would really like to get a hug from, it's Renee. Just, what the fuck? Who talks like that? Do you see Tamara Demko sitting in this room going, oh, if ever there was a woman I would like to get a hug from, it's this woman. No. Why? Because she's a mature, educated adult, which apparently we're told so is Wendi Adelson, but I see anything but.
Nougat. So it must be like a family plan under her mom's name for some reason. But
So you called
my friend Tova was returning her message.
Tova?
Tova, Tova.
Okay.
And how come Schneuer Eurichman gets such a hard time in this room? I mean, they these cackling bitches, they've been ripping it off Schneuer Eurichman, but Tova Nougat just gets a free pass.
Really, Benfer?
I didn't talk to her. I sent her a text.
Okay, I see it.
Just sent her I just sent her a gift for her baby, and she was texting me to thank me.
Here, we're gonna talk about Jeff here in a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that, but secretly I am. You know, he's a potential lead. Of course, Jane thought of him first.
It looked like part of the ceiling just fell off.
I know, I was worried about that too. That one's
Right?
Part of the ceiling just fell off. That would never happen in Miami. It's like when you go to the fucking movie theater in this nothing one-horse town, the ceiling falls into your popcorn. Doesn't happen in Miami.
Or but maybe it was some others.
Oh, I really can't. I guess I need to hold on to this in case Danny needs
Just
it.
have in case, yeah.
And
I took it down too, so when I get in contact with his parents, I can remember.
it would matter to them.
Sarah's completely unsurprised that the ceiling just fell into Wendy's tissues. Hey, well, you know, at least we've got some use for the tissues, Wendy, because they're not to dry your fucking eyes, are they?
To have contact with like the local Jewish stuff in town.
The local Jewish stuff in town, whatever it is, you know, we practice our faith in different ways. You know, the local, whatever it is, Jewish stuff that they do, you know.
I bet I won't answer it, but it's my friend Rob.
Ah, so it's a Miami area code, 305. Thank you, Lego. And good to see you. Welcome everybody in the chat. Dan Bailey, good to see you. Veggie Girl, even better. And Pinto, Mr. Pinto Peabody, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
Robin, and I bet she's in the general counsel.
Wendy's friends and their professions. She's in the general council at FSU. Do you see the circles I work in? Do you see how accomplished I am?
I wonder what people have seen by now.
I don't know, and that's kind of why we're trying to get his parents notified, because it's very difficult now to beat technology and
especially with the victim advocate, who seems, I mean, you know, not to rip on her too much, because it's not her fault that she's been given this job to do in here. Whoever gave her this job, it's their fault. That she should not have been put in this room with Wendi Adelson. You know, and people in the comments, you know, after I challenged anybody and everybody who holds on to this notion that Isim knew all along and he was being careful so Wendi wouldn't lawyer up and they just wanted to keep her talking and it was all a crazy tactic, that I completely no, that theory is over for me. Some people in the comments go, yeah, Isim's an experienced detective. Isim's an experienced detective and they know how to handle a narcissist. All right, well, how do you square that with putting 20-year-old Sarah Latour into this room? Even though she's the one that's most picked up on some worrying signs from Wendi, how do you square that? Because they should have put someone more experienced that had been on the job for longer than 2 years. Guys, that is nothing. You might as well be on your first day after 2 years, as far as I'm concerned, with a job like that. You know? And no disrespect to her. I hope she's doing really well and that she's gone on to get many more years experience. And just so you know, Sarah, if you're watching, you picked up on these worrying signs more than anything. Your instinct was correct. I see it way more than I see it in Isim. But I understand that when your boss is sat there, you know, patting Wendi on the head, it's very hard to square where you're at with it. And what else was I going to say on this? Oh, I don't know, but we'll come back to that.
Use sometimes in this field.
I missed Robin. He's called Jimmy Judkins. That's my attorney. Should I call him?
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Sorry. Originally, after I went into a rant, Wendi listing her accolades, oftentimes it's to say, listen, I'm a really respected academic. I'm not into murdering my ex. I handle things through the courts, That's usually what it's about. But also with Sarah, it's like, who are you, girl? Who are you to give advice to me? I know friends that are on the general council at FSU. Yeah? I have lunch with your boss, girl. Okay? Who are you? Who are you to say anything to me? It's way stepping up, Arno, yeah? Sickening.
That's my attorney for the divorce case, not like an attorney for like.
And for damn sure, when I wondered if we might see Sarah Latour in Donna Adelson's trial. Don't think so. But, she was in the room and could hear Donna when she was getting the phone call from Wendi, which we're about to see that pretty soon, guys. So keep an eye out for that. But for damn sure, she's going to be in Wendi's trial. And it's going to be great to see her again.
And once Investigator Isim finishes talking to you, I'd call whoever you feel comfortable with calling.
Okay. Whoa. Just need to know you're all okay. I don't even know who these people are. Can I listen to the message from Robin just to hear why I need to call Jimmy? She's called a lot of times.
I'm going to ask a question for your permission and then not wait for you to give it to me, because I know that you can't anyway, because you're nothing to me, girl. Did I tell you that my friend is on the general council at FSU and that I have lunch with your boss on a regular basis?
God, I wonder what she knows. Try the... Can you write? Oh, she's going to text me. It's weird. So why would Jimmy need to talk to me? He's my lawyer for the divorce case. This is Lincoln from last week.
Cutie, very pretty hair. Very serious in that picture.
So cute.
Where's all the trauma gone, Wendi? This is Lincoln from last week. Look at his hair. Doesn't he look silly and young? And I'm a mother. What happened to, I don't know how I'm going to tell them.
I'm curious, what's coming in.
Hey, look at this, guys. Dan Bailey says he's cut from the same cloth as Metrix, humor-wise. Both English. Is it an English thing? I guess it is in a way. Thanks, Dan. Good to know. Good to see you.
Right now it looks like a whole bunch of nothing. No one's writing me yet. I can get a sale on Victoria's Secret stuff. Governor Rick Scott has things going on.
Hey, Sky Troop. Yeah. Howdy, y'all. Crime and Coffee hit 2,000 subs today. The race for 3,000 is on. She can have it, man. She can have it. She's giving away free coffees with every subscriber. Hey, listen, everybody, go and subscribe to that channel. Unsubscribe from me. Go and subscribe to her. I concede defeat. She has stormed the citadel of my glory. What is the deal? I've never seen a channel come up so quick with subscribers like that. It was 1,000 like a week ago, for fuck's sake. I thought I was really quick, but she has proved me wrong. Oh, good luck to her.
A lot of the rest of the world going on.
And so I don't forget, because sometimes I tend to do that when you're ready to get out of here.
Yeah.
What's your phone number?
954-803-0079.
Okay,
All right. I was just looking to see.
yeah,
There's a lot of nothing going on. And then my attorney really wants to talk to me.
okay.
Did you hear about that? I
No.
think it's nothing. It says we
Your
got
attorney for,
our divorce case.
oh, okay,
It says we got a new judge.
oh,
Anyway.
okay.
I
All right,
think
let's, I mean,
talk to-
I didn't know earlier, but apparently you got a guy in your life named Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about Jeff.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to hide anything.
No, I know you weren't.
I just didn't think to tell you about him. So he's been my boyfriend. We've been dating since end of October. Jane actually set us up, which is why Jane thought of him first. And Jane and I had a long talk earlier this week. We went.
Why she says that as if like, oh, okay, well, if Jane set you up, then it's obvious why she would think of him first. Well, Jane hasn't been dating with him. You know, how is that a logical excuse? Jane actually set us up, which is why she thought of him first. I mean, you've spent the time with him. You've been through the difficult breakup that you orchestrated. You know, you've made him. You've tried to twist the knife into his emotions and make him jealous, so that you can refer to that at a later stage as a motive, right? I mean, why would it make sense that because Jane set you up, that she would think of him first? Because that's how it came across, like you just said. Like, obviously, well, she set us up, which is why she thought of him first. Let's hear that again.
Okay. All right, let's, I mean,
Talk to-
I didn't know earlier, but apparently you got a guy in your life named Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about Jeff.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to hide anything.
No, I know you weren't.
I just didn't think to tell you about him. So he's been my boyfriend. We've been dating since end of October. Jane actually set us up, which is why Jane thought of him first. And Jane and I had a long talk.
Just fucking give me a phone book. I would like to put a phone book right up to her face, touching her face, so she doesn't want to see when the punch is coming, and punch the phone book as hard as I can. You know, that's step one. Okay.
Earlier this week, we went on a walk together and talked about, I wasn't really sure I wanted to continue dating him. We had like a fight at the end of June, and it was weird. And then I went away for 2 weeks and just got back, and I asked him to just no contact for a week, just so I could kind of figure out whether I wanted to be with him or not.
When did you ask him that?
Monday night.
We had 2 weeks apart. I got back and then said no contact for a week.
After yoga, I sent him an email Monday night.
Yours or his yoga or both?
I don't know what that means. I went to a yoga
Who
class.
went to yoga, together or?
Like together.
Okay,
Some guys like yoga.
I'm not judging, I'm just asking.
I go to yoga, or I
And
used
Jeff
to,
goes too?
and he would go with me sometimes.
So
I
Monday
think-
night after yoga,
I sent him
this past Monday.
this Monday.
Okay.
Yes, July.
I think she's really broken character here, right? After Jane came in and just played so well her part, her prepared part, that Wendi had, you know, couldn't bring Jane aside and say, listen, this is going to be your role, okay? This is what I want you to do. Even if you did that, even if you were that clear about it, it would still be a huge relief if it went well. right? But Wendi couldn't do that, so she had to direct Jane in the walk in the park, or when it, earlier in the week, without directing her, and it still went off without a hitch. It could not have been better. The only slip was when Jane started going on about how contentious the divorce was, right? Wendi was like, shut up, we're talking about Jeff and his jealous rage, okay? Could not have gone better. And Wendi can't contain her excitement about how well that element went, because it's a wild card, right? You're relying on someone else to be acting in the way that you need in a very serious, high stakes situation. And it went off pretty much without a hitch, couldn't have gone better. And Wendi has almost completely abandoned the traumatized fucking mess of emotional hysteria, blah, 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 and is now smiling like a maniac. And the video is bad quality, but all we can see is this enormous toothy grin a lot of the time, right? God, drives me mad.
July 14th.
Okay.
I just sent him an email and said, my heart is really heavy and I'm having trouble figuring out what to do. It'd be a lot easier if I just didn't have any contact from you for 1 week, and then we'll kind of figure out where to go from there.
Oh, how mature. Fuck off.
And so I haven't had any contact from him.
Was he amicable to that, or did he?
He didn't respond to it. I said, I'm going to take your silence as acceptance. And
Oh, okay. You were.
Oh, I'm going to take your silence as acceptance. What a horrible thing to say. What a vicious, disgusting thing to say. I'm going to take your silence as acceptance. Oh, really? Why would you do that? I might just be completely broken up about your bullshit emotional roller coaster that you just put me on. Bitch.
In person telling you.
No, I emailed him after yoga. He'd been like, let's go out tomorrow, let's go out the next day. And I have a hard time saying no. And so I didn't say no in person. And then later I wrote him and said, I really just need a week of silence to get some clarity on where we are.
Okay. So he never responded. Still has not responded.
The only response I had is that I bought some presents for Ben for his birthday when Jeff and I went to Destin one time and he had them at his house. And so he brought them. I came to work and there was a bag of the presents from his house. But I had asked him at yoga, I said, when you get a chance, I'm really going to need you to bring those presents because I don't have the boys this week and I could wrap them. And so he just brought the presents so I could wrap them.
What did he bring them?
It would have been so much better for Wendi's story if Jeff hadn't been so mature to bring the presents, and in fact had just, set fire to them instead and taken a picture and sent her the image and said that he's in a jealous rage and he's liable to do something rash. That would have been great for the story, right? I'm really on the edge. I'm not in control. But no, Jeff, of course, like any mature, and bearing in mind, we're Friday today in this story. Yoga was Tuesday, right? And she sent him the email saying, my heart is heavy, my head and my heart are saying two different things, and I'm having trouble reconciling them, blah, 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 all this bullshit. And between Tuesday night and Friday morning, so that's Wednesday, Thursday, that's it. She has texted him saying, could you please bring the presents? And he brought the presents. I mean, not a lot of time has passed for that to happen, is what I'm saying.
It must have been Tuesday morning at some point. I think I got I'm not in the office 9 to 5 right now because I just finished teaching and students are out of session. And so I have writing deadlines. So I work sometimes from home or from a coffee shop. And so I rolled into work sometime mid-morning and they were there. So I don't know what time he was there, but I could ask my assistant.
No, that's all right. I was saying, you asked him for them
And he brought them.
on the phone? I guess?
When I saw him at yoga on Monday,
Okay.
I had mentioned to him that I wanted to wrap these presents. I had all, most of the week without the boys, and I was, looking for something to do. I might as well wrap Ben's birthday presents, and so he brought them to the office.
So he brought them even after the whole.
I said no
need some
contact,
space.
but yeah.
Okay. Why would you say? I mean, just what was how long have you been seeing Jeff?
Since the end of September.
Okay. All right. And so since September, you all have been seeing each other exclusively?
In the fall, I was dating someone else too, and the relationship really evolved around February. I post-divorce, I was kind of slow to like, but so I jokingly used to call him my special man friend, and around February, he started being more like my boyfriend. He started spending some time with the kids, and they really adore him. And I introduced him as mommy's friend, not as mommy's boyfriend. So they just think of him as Jeffrey, and he plays Star Wars with them. And so he and I would spend time together on the nights or the days I didn't have the boys. And then when I had the boys, he never stayed over, but he would sometimes join us for dinner and play with the kids and then go home. And things actually worked great, and I was very happy. And then we went to Gainesville together. He's a social work professor at FSU, and he was teaching a class at Gainesville. And so I didn't have the boys that weekend. I went with him to work on some writing, and we had a great weekend until Saturday night. We went out to dinner. We came home, and he just was convinced that I'd been cheating on him for months, and had kept track of it, and was just absolutely convinced that I was cheating on him. And I kept telling him I wasn't, and he just was. I felt not very trusting of me, and it just made me feel really uncomfortable. And after that happened, I wasn't sure that I wanted to be with him anymore.
I'm wondering what brought this on, the whole not trusting thing.
I mean, I'd been dating someone else in the fall, and so he had asked me, did you see someone else in the fall? Kind of once things were good with us, maybe around April, and I said I did, and I told him about it, and he felt I don't know, he was jealous of him, and he was like, I don't want you to see him. And the guy I was dating was leaving town, and so I said, well, I want to go get coffee with him before I leave town. And he said, I really I don't want you to do that. And we had an argument about it, and I went and had coffee with him anyway, and he ended up at the same coffee shop at the same time and saw us having coffee and got really angry. But
when was that?
That was May.
May.
Mid to late May, maybe.
Okay.
Hey, Dev H, how do we get to Crime and Coffee's next show? Well, we'll start promoting it on this channel. I think that'll be a better use of our time. Yeah. Yeah, we're giving up. We're giving up. She wins. Hey, Dev H, what is the secret? What are we doing wrong? What are we doing wrong? Where does she get those subscribers? It's incredible. Maybe we should start doing 7.5 hour streams, guys. I mean, I thought we were too long as it is, and usually the streams are about 3 hours, maybe 4, sometimes 2. I thought that was enough. Or maybe we should start reading every single comment. But I just think that'd take too long for this channel. Maybe that's why it's 7.5 hour streams, isn't it? But yeah. Amazing success on Coffee's channel. But you should all subscribe to this channel as well, and also find 15 or 20 other people to tell to subscribe to this channel. Then we can keep our edge, right? We've got to keep our edge.
Do you think it was a coincidence, or do you think he intentionally went to
I think it was a total coincidence.
Okay.
I was only there for 30 minutes, and yeah, I think it just is a small town.
Okay.
Southbound.
All right. What kind of car does Jeff drive?
I'm really bad with this. It's silver colored. I think it's a Nissan. It's very old and very rundown.
Okay. Silver Nissan?
Gray silver.
Okay. You don't know what year or how many doors or anything?
I want to say 2 doors.
2-door?
And I don't know what year it is. I have no idea.
You pretty sure about the 2-door?
I'm pretty sure. I feel like Yeah,
Is it his car exclusively?
exclusively. He doesn't even have to share it with anyone.
Okay. Does he live alone?
He doesn't even have to share it with anyone. Well, who do you have to share your car with, Wendy? Because you say that like that's most people have their own car. I mean, he doesn't even have to share it with anyone. I mean, neither do I. But what the fuck? Why is that a thing to say?
Mm-hmm.
Where does he live?
He lives in an apartment complex. I've actually only been over there once because he was kind of embarrassed. It's a basement apartment and it's off Park Street. I think it's called Victory Gardens.
Okay.
It's like between Park and Appalachie.
Mm-hmm. It's off Victory Garden.
Hello, Crime and Coffee, and congratulations on your big, big numbers. Fantastic work, friend.
Or you don't know the name of the complex?
I thought that's the name of it. Is Victory Gardens a road?
Victory Gardens a road, yeah.
I thought that was the name of the apartment.
That's right.
complex.
Is it closer to Park Avenue, or is it closer to, or is it halfway down?
It's if you turn left, if you're on Park and you're heading towards downtown, if you turn left, it's on your right.
Okay.
Who are you?
I'm sorry, I'm Investigator Cherry. I just got a couple of questions.
Oh,
Okay.
did you see the eyes? Did you see the Minnie Mouse eyes? Jesus, Mr. Buff has entered the room. Yeah, we're done with Uncle Isim. Now let's talk to Mr. Buff. Doesn't she just light up like a Christmas tree? Or light up like a menorah?
It's like between Park and Appalachie.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that's the name of it. Is Victory Gardens a road?
Victory Gardens a road, yeah.
I thought that was the name of the apartment.
That's right.
complex.
Is it closer to Park Avenue, or is it closer to, or is it halfway down?
It's if you turn left, if you're on Park and you're heading towards downtown, if you turn left, it's on your right.
Okay.
Who are you?
I'm sorry, I'm Investigator Cherry.
I'm Investigator Buff, but you can call me Mr. Buff.
I just got a couple of questions. If I can just jump in
Go
real
ahead.
quick.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a third character now. I mean, she has been flirting with Isim and Sarah. I mean, but this is a whole different level of Adelson charm right now.
Obviously, we asked earlier about Danny's passcode to his phone, his iPad, and all his stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can tell you one that he used to have back in the day.
Yeah, let me have that one.
God, it's the only one I can think of though.
It's okay.
I know a passcode used to be Meraglim 1. It was MERAGLIM 1.
I'm sorry, M-E.
E is an elephant. RAGLIM. Meraglim 1.
1.
But this is like.
A while ago.
It's wild.
I got that. Well, here's the thing. I got 3 kids, and we've downloaded a lot of games on our phones and our iPad and everything, and the little buggers will try to know the passcode. Now, Danny seemed very involved with his children.
Yeah.
I got that sense as soon as I stepped in the house. Is there any chance that...
That's sad, isn't it? Danny seemed very involved with his children. I got that sense as soon as I stepped in the house. What does that mean? That means that there was obvious signs of kids, right? Maybe games, toys around, maybe little markings on the wall to measure how much they grow, Yeah, I guess he's not going to be that involved anymore from the cemetery.
that the kids
Maybe
may
they
know?
know the iPad code. They might.
All right, when we get a chance, can we just double check and see that? Because that might help us out.
Can I ask them rather than you? I just think.
Oh, no.
No, you're gonna be the one asking.
I want you to ask them.
Absolutely. They know, I don't have an iPad, but my parents do, and they know like, what's the secret code,
Right.
so they would know if Abba had a secret. That's what they call Danny. They call him Abba. They would know if Abba had a secret code, what's the secret code.
Right.
So I can ask them in a way that.
And so the iPad and the phone, if they know.
Does his
Give
phone have
you
a
the-
passcode? Do you have his phone? Yeah.
Let's get it. Here's the kid's date of birth.
I was thinking maybe that, I mean, I don't know, usually people use like dogs. We don't have a dog. He didn't have a dog growing up.
Yeah, well, the texts are telling me that
Usually people use dogs. We don't have a dog, so it wouldn't be a dog. You know, he's never had a dog. I mean, what the hell? Why would you even bring up the dog? You know, usually people use the birthday of panda bear. We don't have a panda. I mean, you know, what the hell? She says these weird things. You know, when the Adelson computer brain just short circuits, breaks down, blue screens for a moment, she says weird shit like that. Like, yeah, most people use dogs. We don't have a dog. There's never been a dog, so it wouldn't be a dog.
That it was possibly a number. Like mine's a number and not
That's what
necessarily
I
a
would,
word.
yeah, I would think it would be a number.
Yeah. So I was thinking maybe birthdays and whatnot.
Yeah,
The one son's birthday is July 29, 2009.
Which one's that?
Benjamin.
That's Ben.
And then the other ones is October 13th, 2013.
No, 2012.
I'm sorry,
2010.
2010.
You were wrong. You were right.
I know.
That's Lincoln.
I was there for it.
You were there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was there for it. I was there for it. Pushing. You know, again, kind of a weird sexual reference. You know, because what does the detective's mind go? You know, her pushing something out of her. Kind of a weird reference. I was there for it. What the
Yeah, mine are 6, 3, and 8 months tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Okay, just let me know.
Okay, so I will, as soon as I see them and it's appropriate, I'll ask them
Okay.
and see if I can find out.
Well, you can try the 2 diverse now.
Oh, yeah, no, of course. I
um,
just meant in terms of asking them what's
Right.
Abba's
Yeah,
secret code.
And it may be important to kind of get that out of the way.
I know, I just
Sure.
meant like I haven't seen my kids.
No,
yet,
I
so
understand that. I understand that. And it is.
as soon as I see them and I can be like, does Aunt Lynn have an iPad?
Oh,
You know,
my God.
does Abba have
Okay. I'm gonna have to prepare for this bit. Whenever she does the baby voice, I just freak out a bit in my mind. But this is a big one. This has turned up the fucking volume here. Check this stupid fucker out, man.
code?
And it may be important to kind of get that out of the way.
I know, I just
Sure.
meant like I haven't seen my kids.
No,
yet,
I
so
understand that. I understand that. And it is.
as soon as I see them and I can be like, does Aunt Lynn have an iPad? You know, does Abba has an iPad? What's his code? I'll ask as soon as I can ask, okay?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So that's, anything?
I need a gorilla right now. I need a gorilla. We're going to Zazu. Fuck this. I need a moment. Gorilla, silverback gorilla now. Fuck. Give me a gorilla. Well, don't be friendly. I want to see some blood.
He's like
Just imagine what Zazu could do to Wendi. Yeah, that's justice. Life in prison. Ugh, you know, what's the point? You know, bullet in the head, way too quick. Zazu.
like grabbing his hair.
I mean, I bet Zazu would be quick as well, right? But it'll be fun to see. Way more fun than a gun.
What was that?
I don't know. Yeah.
Look at this poser. He looks like he's being photographed for a male modeling calendar. This is Mr. April. His turn-ons are bananas, tire swings, and swimming holes. Turn-offs are children at the zoo and Mr. April Zazu. Okay. Okay. All right, it's probably about enough of that.
Is that Hebrew, the Ava?
Yeah.
Okay, that's father?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I know that like abuela for Spanish is grandmother.
That's true.
Right, Sarah?
I did.
Do you speak Spanish?
No, I probably should, but I don't.
I do.
Okay,
Yeah, you speak Spanish, do you, Wendy? Mas paella, señor. Necesito ayuda con platos, señor. Mucho bueno, señor. Mas paella. That is the full extent of Wendy's Spanish, okay, guys? No doubts.
the guy that you were seeing in the fall that Jeff got jealous of,
His
saw
name's Daniel.
Daniel,
Mm-hmm.
Daniel what?
Sack.
Sack?
SACK. He's moved. So he was, he and I actually went to college together, and I randomly found out that he was still in Tallahassee. But he was really eager to leave Tallahassee. He wanted to be in the Northeast. And so.
Law student?
No, he's teaching at the theater department. So we knew each other in college and then lost track for 12 years. And then he ended up getting hired by the theater department here.
But since left?
Since, yeah, in May, at the end of May, he moved to Amherst to start a job there.
Connecticut?
Massachusetts.
In May.
Yeah, end of May, maybe early June, something like that.
Is Amherst a college?
Yeah, but he's at UMass Amherst.
Okay.
My stomach really hurts.
Do you need to eat?
No, I don't know that I'm gonna eat for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, probably about a month until I go to Uvia for the celebration dinner. Oh, we've got such a nice video coming out about that, guys. The big theory, you know, the more that I work this theory in my mind, the clearer it becomes. And I don't know how so many people have missed it. All those big guys, the inner circle of the upper crust, they've all missed it. All right. Metrix is bringing it to town. So make sure you subscribe to the channel because you're not going to want to miss this, guys. It is the theory to put all other theories to rest.
Do you need
Good thing I
something?
had that
You got water.
last lunch.
And you saw him briefly at the same time you were seeing Jeff?
In the fall, yeah. I had actually never dated two people at once before, but I was.
And actually, we're probably going to be bringing it up for discussion over on 544's channel when we do our collab coming up. I spoke to Leo last week, and he's off work all this week. So I got to try and find the time to fit in the time to phone Alaska, set up a date, and then we're going to be doing a collaboration. And I guess, I don't know whose channel we're doing it on, but it'll be available on both, I guess. So make sure you subscribe to this channel. Subscribe to 544 Camp Street. And of course, subscribe to Crime and Coffee. I mean, why? You know, she needs the numbers. We need to help her. No, she's doing really well. And that's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Wasn't exclusive with either one. And
Right.
so I dated them both until things with, until I realized like Daniel just was gonna leave and I thought Jeff had potential, so.
But let's get back to this Saturday.
Potential for what? Being a patsy in your plots? You know? Potential for what? Being a really easy for me to twist the emotional knife into his stomach and set up a hit for when we know that he's leaving town in an unremarkable light-colored four-door sedan. You know, that kind of potential.
I guess this was this past Saturday that he got mad about.
When he got mad, it was June 28th. It was before I left
Okay.
for Miami with the boys.
Okay.
So, yeah, he got really mad.
But what sparked that?
That was what was really sort of surprising is Daniel had been gone. We'd had a month of like really really great times, very happy month, and we went out to a nice dinner with friends, and then got back to the hotel room, and I could just tell he was upset. And so for me, it kind of came out of nowhere.
Was that in Gainesville?
Yeah.
Okay.
Came out of nowhere. You were planting seeds to specifically upset him, making it really obvious, waving it in his face that you were twisting with his emotions, asking him to have the kids call him daddy, and saying that he shouldn't get a Jeep, he should get a car that could fit the what do you call it, the booster seats in, you know, don't buy a house, we'll all buy a house together, blah, 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 blah. I mean, and then just obviously cheating on him, you know, leaving your phone out unlocked. So the temptation for him to have a look through it would be too great, right? So that he could confront you, so that you could twist him around with his emotions, fuck with his head, and have ammunition to go to Jane, to set up her mind, to come into the room and point the finger at him and call him a jealous thug. It came out of nowhere. It came out of nowhere.
And that's when Jeff wanted to look at your phone or something?
Yeah, did Jane tell you that?
Yeah.
So he had said that he wouldn't, it wasn't that time, but he had said, you know, I, you know, like if Jeff would be over and I was doing something, I would leave my phone out. I have this like old agenda book, I'd leave that out. And basically he said that he like saw that I had called Daniel, and he saw it in
Daniel
my phone.
Sack?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Sorry, that's why I said there's Danny and then there's Daniel.
gotcha.
So yeah, so it had really upset me that he had gone through my phone and that he had.
That's quite telling as well, how she underlines the difference between Daniel Sack, and Danny, Dan Markel. And it's relevant, I think, because Wendi, I think it was Dan Bailey just said that she boxes it smart from the get-go, and I agree. She is. Can you imagine the undertaking to take in all the permeations of this plan? And remember, guys, Wendi has her own plan outside of the murder plot. There's a whole additional layer, multiple layers additional to just having Dan Markel killed, and she's had to keep it all in her brain. Can't take notes. Notes are evidence. You know, when you've got a really complicated problem and putting it on paper helps, that you can compartmentalize it and lay it out, and then it's easier to remember because you've got this kind of visual structure in your mind, even if you don't refer to the notes later. I mean, of course she could have it all down and then burnt the notes, but I don't even think she did that, to be honest. She had this all in her mind. I mean, it's incredible, actually, when you really think about what's involved with her plan. But when she underlines this differentiator between Daniel and Danny, I think that that's how she has rehearsed everything in her mind. She's specifically made this big. Okay, that's what they're called, right? Dan Markel went by Danny. She knew him as Danny. Daniel Sack probably just went by Daniel. But the fact that she underlined it is not only so that Isim will understand, but also referencing how she went about arranging everything in her mind, you know, to keep it compartmentalized in that way. A little bit telling.
I mean, I was just, the whole time I was just kind of crying. I was just really sad. I felt like we had a great relationship, and his behavior made me think that I couldn't really be with someone like that. And I didn't really say much other than I was just really like, no, I didn't cheat on you. Like, yes, I saw Daniel in the fall. Like, no, I haven't seen him more than as a friend since February. And like, if you don't trust me, we can't really do this. So, and then he was, you know, really sad and apologetic and was like, oh my God, you know, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I'm going to lose you. And I never really thought I would be in a police station talking about my relationship.
Well,
I understand that it's potentially relevant.
so This was on the 28th of June in Gainesville.
Yeah, so we drove back that Sunday morning, and I cried the whole way. We drove back to the house, and I told them, like, my parents don't believe that I can drive the boys down to South Florida by myself, so they like to drive up and help me drive down with them. So my folks were coming up that Sunday. So Jeff left, I had a couple of hours, my parents came up, and then Monday morning I went and
Yeah, I'm a 35-year-old, highly educated law professor with 2 kids. But my parents don't believe that I can drive down to Miami. We're not talking about a short trip. We're talking about a 9-hour drive for them to come up one way and then 9 hours back. I mean, fucking hell, what is that?
picked up the kids, and that was the weekend that Amy was visiting, Danny's girlfriend.
Okay.
So that was my first time meeting Amy. So I went to our former house, and I was really, anxious to meet Amy and kind of sad about 620. Sad about the whole thing. And so my dad was like, well, I'll stand with you. So my dad stood next to me on the doorbell, and Amy was perfectly lovely. And I picked up the kids, and they seemed really happy, and got in the car and said goodbye.
Okay. That was Monday.
Yeah.
And then
I was in Coral Springs or Miami with my folks, and my brother and my other brother came down. It was my dad's 70th birthday on July 5th. So we had a party for him, and I had Skype contact with Danny and the boys. And so after we left the next day, he flew up to New York and was in New York that whole time.
who?
Danny.
Okay.
So Amy went back, and the next day Danny went back to join her. And so he was in New York the whole time I was in. He flew back July 11th.
Okay.
In time to pick up the boys on that Friday afternoon.
Okay. Let's get back to Jeff after you come back to Tallahassee, and I can't remember which day you
So I had lost my voice. So I got back to Tallahassee. My parents came with us, and then Saturday morning I took my folks to get the rental car. They left, and I had a cold, and I wasn't feeling well, so I kind of just was in my house all day Saturday. Sunday, Jeff and I made plans to go see. So Sunday the 11th, 12th.
That's an interesting question, Amy. Why was her alarm set for 6:20? Is that what just happened? Is it? It just went off and she had an alarm. Interesting. I mean, could be a lot of things, I guess. It could be a medication alarm. God knows she needs it. But yeah, in this day of plotting, alarms at any time. I mean, that'd be great, wouldn't it? If we could get a cell phone dump of all the alarms she had that day.
That's your phone.
Yeah, Sunday the 13th.
You hadn't seen him since you drove back on the 29th.
That's right. So July 13th, I saw him. We went to a movie and then got some dinner, and we're talking, and it was confusing because I missed him, and it was nice to be with him, but I also felt kind of like uncertain given his behavior in Gainesville. I have kids. I feel really protective of, if someone.
And that'll be the 13th.
The 13th is when I went out with him.
Okay. That's a Monday.
No, it was a Sunday. And then the 14th was the night I went to yoga, and he came and seemed to want to go out a lot the rest of the week. And I just knew I needed some headspace to figure out what to do.
Okay, the 13th you went out with Jeff, went to a movie. The 14th you went to yoga.
Mm-hmm.
He went to yoga.
Yeah.
But no discussion. Oh no, you email him later.
And say I'd like a week off. And I'm sure, I don't know, you can find it in my phone. It'll be in my email track of what I sent.
And then basically.
Hey, many thanks to A. Johnson, who just bought us a cup of coffee on buymeacoffee.com. If anyone else, guys, is enjoying the show and would like to see more True Crime Metrix content more readily, more often, please consider supporting the channel on buymeacoffee.com. Link in the description. It's just buymeacoffee.com. patreon.com/True Crime Metrix. And it's a fantastic, easy way to support the channel. And also, Patreon, the members are rolling in, guys. More members every day. Fantastic community that we're building on Patreon. One of the best I've ever seen, actually. Fantastic benefits, fantastic options. What else is there? Super chat. Send us a super chat. We will read out your comment, or a super sticker, because those are probably one of the funnest things I've ever seen. Super thanks, super like. It's not a thing, but it should be. Also in the description are our social networks, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, which are fantastic and a great way to get True Crime Metrix updates. What else is there? Discord, fantastic Discord. Everyone loves Discord. Everyone's on there all day. It's amazing. We do a stream and then people go onto Discord and live on Discord until we do the next stream. And then they come to the stream. And then after that, they go back to Discord. Free, easy, brilliant. Link in the description.
To Jeff saying, I want some time.
It is
He doesn't respond, but he brings up gifts on the Tuesday.
Yeah,
But you'd had no contact since the yoga on Monday night.
none.
Okay.
Oh, and merch. Yeah, merch link in the description. There's not too much in there at the moment. There's a couple of different patterns, different shirts, mugs. We will be putting a load more stuff into there. We've got so many. You want to see our ideas board for the merch, guys, but there's a fantastic Don't Be an Adelson t-shirt. That's our tagline on the show, as any long-time viewers will know. Yeah, and those are really flying off the shelves at the moment, guys. So get them while they're hot, and yeah, get one for yourself in the run-up to Donna Adelson's trial.
Nothing, no contact at all
No
since.
text, no email. I told him, I said no text, no email, no nothing. Like,
Is Jeff a violent person?
no,
Not at all.
no,
Jeff own a gun?
I don't think so. I mean, my guess would be like 100% no, but I guess I was only in his house one time. I mean, he certainly could have a gun and I wouldn't know about it, but he never
Lives by himself.
lives by himself. He'd never talked to me about a gun.
Okay.
I mean, he was in the military, so
Oh, he was in the military before.
yeah, he grew up in California. His dad was in the Air Force, and then he was in the Air Force and ended up in Eglin Air Force Base, and he started going to community college and took classes and was really bright and ended up doing a PhD here at FSU and then taught in Arizona and then just got rehired here. Not rehired, but like hired. And that's how Jane knows him, is she's doing a PhD in social work and Jeff is a professor in social work.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get a picture just to confirm I'm not talking about the right person.
I probably have one on my
Sure.
phone.
Hello, Monica Victoria Girl. Okay, Monica Victoria Girl needs a... You're either stupid or you're lying. You got to get the order right, Victoria. It's stupid or lying. Yeah. Well, okay. We'll make one of those first thing, and we'll let you know on Discord when it's ready. Yeah, I think that's going to be a pop. I think that's one of my favorite taglines that we've collected from the Adelson case to date. Right? You're either stupid or you're lying. If anyone didn't see that show where we were listening to Charlie Adelson's wiretap calls, and he was speaking to June Umchinda, who didn't want to come over for lobster and watch the basketball game because she was all freaked out. And instead of being an understanding boyfriend, Charlie Adelson was like, you're really not making me want to be with you. You're either stupid or you're lying. Oh, so hilarious. Yeah, okay, Monica, we'll get one of those ready for you real soon.
And you can find him on FSU, right?
How long has he been back at FSU?
Since August.
And you all met through Jane?
Yeah. No, I just have pictures of my kids. And this is from my dad's 70th birthday with my mom and dad and my boys and me.
Wow.
They're super cute.
I wish we could see that picture. Why is she showing the detective in a murder investigation a picture of her dad's 70th birthday?
Very nice.
He's a young Scotty. Yeah, the boys have blue eyes. Danny has blue eyes too. He was loved individuals. The calls are definitely coming in.
I'll go see if I can get a.
Oh, I wanted to call my parents.
Yeah.
Should I wait?
Just for a couple minutes more. I'm just going to get a picture so I know that I'm talking about the right person.
Okay.
It'll come from a database.
Okay. I can listen to messages. Okay.
Sounds like when he came in here, he yelled behind her.
It's very strange. Well, not strange. It's
And unfortunately, you're probably going to be
getting so many
inundated.
calls. So Tracy Cullen was like this woman that I was really, really good friends with, and she and her husband live on Trescott down the street. They've got 2 little girls. And she was one person. She's the one person that it just really hurt my feelings. That after the divorce, I felt like she kind of took Danny's side. I think I'm calling from Park City, Utah. Oh, I've got a message from them. Anyway, so she's calling because she's like, she heard that she's on Trescott. She said, oh, you heard it, I guess. She said the shooting was, she heard that it was Danny, and she called the hospital and they won't give her any information. And so she wanted to find out. But I wonder, like, Tracy's husband, Jeremy, is a friend of Danny's. I probably should tell them that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There's just a lot of people because I don't know. It makes it difficult sometimes.
Tracy's husband, Jeremy.
Okay, and Tracy's the person that you're just telling me about,
Yeah,
correct?
I just felt
It was kind
sad.
of felt a little bit hurt.
Did Sarah just say you're making it difficult sometimes? Yeah, right. But I think we should go over this section again, guys, because it's pertinent. Tracy took Danny's side after the divorce, right? Heard there was a shooting on Trescott and that it was Danny. Called the hospital and they won't give her any information. Now she's calling Wendi to say, what have you done? You know, clearly she knows the situation between how bad it was between Wendi and Danny. What is Wendi doing here? Getting ahead of it? Or let's just check it all out again.
And she and her husband.
So she's listening to the message from Tracy right now.
It's very strange. Well, not strange. It's
And unfortunately, you're probably going to be
getting so many
inundated.
calls. So Tracy Cullen was like this woman that I was really, really good friends with.
Tracy Cullen was this woman that I was really, really good friends with. Selling.
And she and her husband live on Trescott down the street. They've got 2 little girls. And she was one person, she's the one person that it just really hurt my feelings. That after the divorce, I felt like she kind of.
You catch that?
Unfortunately, you're probably going to be
getting so many
inundated.
calls. So Tracy Cullen was like this woman that I was really, really good friends with. And she and her husband live on Trescott down the street. They've got 2 little girls. And she was one person, she's the one person that it.
And she was one person, right, the first way she said that could be interpreted as she was one person of several people, or one person of many, right? She was one person that, no, she was the one person. Now it's the only one, right? She was alone in this view. You see the difference? You see how she said something and, you know, she's quick. But you know what would be quicker than that? Thinking of it beforehand so that you don't have to go back and edit, you know? But she is quick, I'll give her that. See the difference? The way she says it the first time could mean she was one of a group of people that thought this about the divorce, but then she quickly changes that to a way that says exactly the same words, but the way she says it means that she was the only person that thought this.
Just really hurt my feelings that after the divorce, I felt like she kind of took Danny's side. She was
Inundated.
So Tracy Cohen was like this woman that I was really, really good friends with, and she and her husband live on Trescott down the street. They've got 2 little girls. And she was one person. She's the one person that I
She's a sneaky fucker, isn't she?
just really hurt my feelings that after the divorce, I felt like she kind of took Danny's side. I think I calling from Park City, Utah. Oh, I've got a message from them. Anyway, so she was calling because she's like, she heard that she's on Trescott. She said, oh, you heard it, I guess. She said the shooting was, she heard that it was Danny, and she called the hospital and they won't give her any information. And so she wanted to find out. But I wonder, like, Tracy's husband, Jeremy, is a friend of Danny's. I probably should tell them that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, there's just a lot of people, and because I don't know, it makes it difficult sometimes.
Tracy.
Is it another potential lead, Wendy? Is that what you're saying?
His husband, Jeremy.
Okay, and Tracy's the person that you were just telling me about,
Yeah,
correct?
that I just felt
it was
sad.
kind of felt a little bit hurt when.
Her husband, Jeremy, is friendly with Danny. She lives on Trescott, and I'm just thinking Jeremy might be a good person to know about what's going on.
So, do you cuddle? You would like to have a cuddle, yes? Okay. Yeah, she's a very affectionate dog. She likes to cuddle and she likes to rest. You know, just not much of a worker, you know. Time to eat, she eat. Time to sleep, she sleep. Time to work. Soap is not very well today. The doctor says she needs to stay home and have a lot of rest and TV. Rest and TV.
I don't know if there's a good person to know. Like,
What I would say, because we're still trying to work on getting his parents
so
notified,
do that
just
first.
kind of, and what I'll do is, if you leave there before I have confirmations, before I get to talk to his parents, I got your number, I'll call you as soon as, they know. And obviously it's unfortunate, like things like this do get around, and I suppose sometimes for your benefit too, because you're going to start getting.
Yeah, Clarissa, I'd like to cut off Wendy's bun, but with a samurai sword, you know. And I want to be wearing a blindfold at the time. And if I miss, I miss, you know.
I'm like
Inundated, right? And sometimes my suggestion is, if you're comfortable with it, like have someone else man your phone or something like that.
I want to see this. I now have 2 messages from the Utah. Can't hear it. I can only hear like barely any. Oh God. He's the academic dean at the law school, and he's saying it's an emergency. I'm guessing it's an emergency because he wants to know what's going on with Danny's. It's not an emergency.
You don't need to talk really to anybody but who you want,
Let me just listen to these copies.
It's not an emergency. Well, I mean, is it or isn't it? what qualifies as an emergency? I mean, I guess you could say it's not an emergency because he's already been shot and he's definitely going to die. So the emergency's kind of over. It's a tragedy now. That's a better word, right?
Lynn called not knowing anything at 4:47 just to chat.
And that might have been before they got in touch with her.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But like at a little before 5, she was just calling to shoot the shit.
I've worked it out, guys. The key to Crime and Coffee's success is that she doesn't have the StreamYard logo in the top, right? That must be it. People hate the duck. They won't subscribe to the channel if they see the duck. We're getting rid of the duck.
You hear it?
I'm kind of here.
But I really like the duck. You know, I do. He's cool. Why do they have a duck? Because I was trying to remember what the StreamYard thing was called, and I was, what is it? It's Stream Duck.
That's really. She was saying that was my friend that was at the lunch. She said I have a feeling who's behind all of this. She meant like she.
Yeah, Mona Lisa AZ. Shoot the shit. Shoot the Harvard-educated shit in the head.
Thought it was Danny's fault that I was there.
Excuse me. Hey, his parents, do I know whether they have any medical issues?
Oh God, I'm gonna get called right now.
We've been working on it.
Yeah, Wendy. Tell us how Ruth Markel is a fat pig and will probably have a heart attack. Her words, not mine, folks. Love Ruth. Love Ruth.
We're trying to get
We've got a copy of her book on the way.
the law enforcement to go. But
His mom is a large woman and has some ongoing health issues. I think they're both actually. I mean, they're turning 70 this
Sure.
year. So,
Okay.
Oh my God, I can't.
Do you don't have a number for his sister, do you?
Let me see. I might actually. I recently went through my phone and deleted stuff I wasn't
Right.
using, but let me see if I have Shelly. I don't have Shelly.
And it's Shelley Markel.
Markel.
Markel. Is it SHELL?
Y. Just Y. I think I have Phil.
Okay.
I do. I have Phil's.
Okay. Because we tried Ruth's number and she didn't answer.
So a lot of times they have a place up north that they go to on the weekends. I don't have that number, but Phil might answer his cell phone. So here's
877.
It's he does a lot of business, and so I think it's a toll-free number.
Okay.
Well, let me see if I have Ruth's. If I have
Monica, I was paraphrasing. She said a large woman, but it's implied, you know. Yeah. I took it to the extreme. Hey, Udi, how you doing? The man with the wrench.
the country house number. You guys are calling now, huh? Has there been any update from the hospital?
I haven't spoken with him.
Yeah, is he dead yet? Because if I could get that update before I call my mom and have her take the $100,000 to Charlie to give to the killers, That'd be great. Because we're not letting that money go until we know he's dead. But we also can of worms emptied out over South Beach, right?
Yeah, people wanted to
I
know,
did speak
or-
with ICU. You know, I
Room
spoke with the
2.
nurse.
Is that the number you have for Ruth's house? His parents are recently divorced.
Okay.
I think she's at that number.
Okay.
Yeah, please do remember to leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel, guys. We've got a whole series of stuff coming out over the next 9 days before we start Donna Adelson's jury selection. Yeah, stuff you're not going to want to miss, guys. We've got some fantastic theories we've been working on. You know, I mean, really, really good theories. I think I've cracked the case. And all of these big league players, none of them have come up with this. I've not heard it before. As far as I know, it is a 100% original theory. But my God, does it stand up? It really does. Do not miss that. Subscribe to the channel, like the video, and share the video. Leave a comment. And buy me a coffee on buymeacoffee.com/true crime metrics if you would like to support the channel.
All right. Obviously, it's something we try to avoid as far as we like to have someone make contact in person, but we're just not having any luck right now because we don't have an address. We have business, you know, because I was able to Google stuff and see the business
Yeah, but
stuff.
they're not going to be there.
Right. So this is what we're going to try and do.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's not ideal. Generally, we like to try to get someone there for someone, but sometimes time isn't necessarily always on our side.
Because they want someone.
Well, they need to tell someone, because, you know, eventually he's gonna need someone to make those decisions and stuff.
Okay. It looks bizarre to get these messages of like about book club and
How life kind of sometimes just keeps moving.
like recommending students for jobs and sort of waiting. Oh my god.
Rabbit, I've got to tell it in video format. I can't just work it now. But it is deep. It is deep, man. And it's huge.
I can't help but feeling like this is all my fault.
Why do you feel that way?
Hey, look at this, Soap. We've got a whole bag of treats for you all the way from Vancouver Island. Thanks so much, Victoria Girl. Treats for Soap.
Why would somebody do this, right? Like if I had been still married to him, then there wouldn't be anyone that was angry, right? Like there wouldn't be any kind of disgruntled.
Oh.
Amy's husband.
Well, passive defensive over here. Check this out, guys. This is a big moment. There's a lot to unpack here. We're going to go through it bit by bit.
Okay.
So she's just listing all the boring shit she had to do in Tallahassee, right? Book club, Tallahassee food trucks. Like, who gives a fuck, right?
It looks bizarre to get these messages of like about book club and
How life kind of sometimes just keeps moving.
like recommending students for jobs and sort of waiting. Oh my god. I can't help but feeling like this is all my fault.
Why do you feel that way?
I can't help but feeling this is all my fault. Now, an appropriate answer for Wendy saying that in her mind would be the victim advocate saying, don't feel that way. Of course, this isn't your fault. Blah, 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 blah. Reassurance, right? But Wendy doesn't do that. The victim advocate doesn't do that. I can't help but feeling this is all my fault. And the victim advocate presses, right? Inquires, why do you feel that? Which is much more of an investigator question than anything fucking General Isim's done.
Why would somebody do this, right?
And do you see this? Do you see the go to war actions she's just doing? Phone on the table. She's had her head in the phone for 20 minutes straight. Phone in the table, posture corrected, up, face on, right arm support on the backrest of the chair. You want to fuck with me? You want to question me? Let's go.
I can't help but feeling like this is all my fault.
Why do you feel that way?
A little snicker as well.
Why do you feel that way?
Why would somebody do this, right? Like if I had been still married to him, then there wouldn't be anyone that was angry, right? Like there wouldn't be any kind of disgruntled, wouldn't be Amy's husband. This can't be a random act of violence. This has to be on purpose. Someone did this for a reason.
But and this is why I tell everybody, you don't cause people's actions. You can control your actions. You can't control anyone else's. And I know it's hard. And, you know, as you and I kind of talk throughout this process, you know, when time comes, I'll make recommendations for things that might be good for you and for the boys. But right now, let's just kind of deal with tonight.
Yeah.
We'll get there eventually.
Let me, I want to send some text sort of canceling my plans. Like I'm actually at 6:30, I was supposed to be.
Back to the phone. Amy, you're so kind, honey. But you do enough for this channel. You do a huge amount for the channel, but thanks so much. Amy says, hit the like, y'all. Don't be an Adelson. Correct. Do hit the like. The fantastic super like. The giant thumb in your player right now.
At a party by now, so let me tell. And God, the person throwing it works at Beavis Funeral Home.
Okay.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've
Beavis,
ever met.
Beavis Funeral Home.
What did we say I should tell people?
Just say,
Can't
if you
make
want
it
to keep
tonight.
it, yeah, just like, I'm very sorry, I can't make it tonight. I'll be in contact soon. You said they're doing a stop the bar party.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that. Is that a thing?
I think it's newer for newer people getting married and don't have as much money to spend on weddings. So you do a stop the bar party, so at least you get all your liquor and.
Mary W says, Wendi is guilty as fuck, in my opinion. Yes, absolutely, Mary. That is not even up for debate anymore. If anyone comes onto this channel and says that they think Wendi might be innocent, I will immediately ban them and block them and make sure they unsubscribe, because I can't be dealing with anyone that stupid anymore, okay? There's no question. And not only is she guilty of the murder, she is guilty of so much more. Her personal plan, her personal plot was way deeper than the murder. Yeah, we'll get to that in our theory videos. Make sure you subscribe to the channel to check those out. They're taking a while to put together, but we do have an enormous amount of evidence. And you know, the interesting thing is that while we've been collecting that evidence, what we've noticed is also the complete absence of any evidence to the contrary, right? It doesn't exist. There's no other argument. Yet, no one else on any YouTube channel has worked this out yet. You know? That's going to be real funny to see what those big players, Fancy Fiction and Steinbeck and GG and all those guys. What are they going to say when little old Metrix over here comes out and cracks the case wide open? It's going to be very interesting to see everyone's opinions when that happens, guys. Believe me. So make sure you subscribe to the channel, because that is a nugget you're not going to want to miss.
Or maybe just taco bar at your house. I don't know. But that was my interpretation when I've heard of this stuff.
I'll be drinking that bourbon for dinner.
Do you like bourbon?
No.
Drinking that bourbon for dinner. Funny choice of words, huh? Seeing as Jeff Lacasse said she would drink her dinner most nights, which I don't believe is a common term of phrase. I've never used that phrase. She would drink her dinner most nights. I mean, I get what it means, right? She drinks instead of eating. But funny, linguistically, that she would kind of use a similar collection of words with the same implied meaning. I'll be drinking that bourbon for dinner. And then on a completely separate interview, Jeff Lacasse says she would drink her dinner most nights. Or was that on testimony? Whatever it was.
I don't know much about bourbon.
I don't know anything about bourbon. Shake asked her okay, so that was tonight's plan. And then tomorrow, should I be
Don't worry about tomorrow. Just go ahead and do your tonight since you're supposed to.
That's interesting, isn't it? Did you catch that? She said, and she caught herself and changed the sentence halfway through. Victim advocate said, "I don't know much about bourbon." And Wendi said, "I don't know anything about bourbon. So I asked the clerk." What did you ask the clerk? You know, as far as your story goes, you went to a liquor store with a invitation that said, "Please bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon." So the only thing you really needed to ask the clerk was, "Where is the Bullet bourbon?" Not, "Tell me about bourbon," or "What is a good bourbon?" or "Is this a nice bottle of bourbon?" or this or this or this. There's no conversation to be had about bourbon other than, "Where's the Bullet bourbon?" Let's have a look at that again.
Have as much money to spend on weddings, so you do a stock to bar party.
for dinner?
Do you like bourbon?
No.
I don't know much about bourbon.
I don't know anything about bourbon. Shake asked her okay, so that was tonight's
Is that what she said?
bourbon for dinner.
Do you like bourbon?
No.
I don't know much about bourbon.
I don't know anything about bourbon. Shake asked her okay, so that was tonight.
Kind of hard to identify what exactly she says there. But it's interesting she didn't finish her sentence. One more time.
I don't know much about bourbon.
I don't know anything about bourbon. Shake asked her okay, so that was tonight's
Much about bourbon.
I don't know anything about bourbon. Shake asked her okay, so that was
What do people think she says there?
tonight.
Not much about bourbon.
I don't know anything about bourbon. Shake asked her okay, so
I asked her well, what does that mean? I asked her
I don't know much about bourbon.
I don't know anything about bourbon. Shake asked her okay, so that was tonight's plan.
It does sound like what you've written, Clarissa, but that doesn't. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the store clerk was a man, right? Because he was going on about her blue eyes and how she was ID'd by the store clerk, and she was obviously flirting with him. I don't think she specifically said it was a man, but it was heavily implied by Wendy's account of the experience and the conversation. You know, heavily implied to the point of absolute certainty, I would argue. But again, asked, what would she be asking about bourbon? I don't know anything about bourbon, so I asked where was the bottle of bullet bourbon. You wouldn't say that. In the context of how she was responding, it would be like, you know, a logical thing would be, I don't know anything about bourbon, so when I went to in ABC Liquors, I said, listen, can you tell me a good bourbon? You know, that would make sense, right? I don't know anything about bourbon, so I asked the clerk, tell me about bourbon. Not like I've got this pre-assigned thing to pick up and go and buy. Where is the bullet bourbon?
And then tomorrow,
But to be honest with you, I don't think she has yet come up with the excuse that the bullet bourbon was asked for on the invitation, because we didn't hear about that until Charlie Adelson's trial. You know, it never got brought up in KD1, never got brought up in KD2, and suddenly Charlie Adelson's on trial, and I had to get the bullet bourbon because it was asked for. So I would argue that it's likely that she hasn't come up with the need for that excuse yet. It's kind of interesting, though. She's a slippery, slimy snake of a woman, and I hate her.
should I be
Don't worry about tomorrow. Just go ahead and do your tonight since you were supposed to be there, basically now. And I would just
feel
wait.
like I shouldn't be going about my life as if it were normal. Like the kid, I don't know how to do
Well,
that.
and then you know what? You're going to be able to call your parents soon. And then I think once your parents get here, they'll kind of be able to help guide you on what's
Yeah.
best.
Yeah.
So don't worry about canceling tomorrow's plan. You have a bunch of time to do that in between. And
Okay.
this is, the most important thing, and keeping yourself.
Hello, LRM. I'm waving at the camera, even though you can't see me, guys. Hello. Is that what people want? Is that how to get 2,000 subscribers in 3 days?
It's the least amount of stress.
Come on now.
Sane, unstressed, whatever word you want to use.
So Robin kept telling me I had to call Jimmy. Should I call?
Who's Jimmy?
Jimmy is my divorce attorney. So
And Robin's your
sorry,
friend that's
Robin's
not
a good
your
friend.
You know, the victim advocate, the crisis victim advocate is really starting to feel superfluous in the room now, right? Because Wendi is so obviously not in crisis or trauma or anything. She's going through her phone like she's waiting to get on a plane or something, just you've got 45 minutes to wait until the gate opens. So you make use of your time and you go through your phone and get all this shit done, right? That's what she's doing. She's filling the time. And the victim advocate's like, what am I doing here? But also kind of nervous,
Was Robin the one that you were at lunch with?
No.
I would just, again, I don't think
Why
that
don't I
might
send an
be.
email to Jimmy Judkins and just ask if I heard there was an urgent matter? Do you need something?
If that would make you feel better, that's fine. Were you guys going through any new thing with your divorce?
I mean, I have a meeting that was coming up. So basically what happened is when we got divorced last summer, the settlement agreement was that Danny really wanted to stay in the house. So the agreement was that he would stay in the house and he would pay me my half of the house. And he had until like mid-October to do it, and he just didn't do it. And so I asked him, like, where's the money? Like, what happened? And he said, I have compelling reasons and I'm not paying it. And I said, well, what are the reasons? And he said, I'm not telling you. So I rehired my attorney and we filed a motion in court. It just keeps going on and on. But anyway, it's like taking forever. You're a victim advocate. It's taking forever to.
Yeah, Christina says that. All right. I'm reading this as Christina. I think she was going to say, what is a good bourbon? But then she remembered that her story is an assigned brand. Yeah, Christina, that's what I thought originally, but there's also a question on that because when I don't believe that the invitation came with a request to bring a bottle of bullet bourbon, right? I don't believe that. I think that's fake. I think that's made up. And I think Wendi didn't know in the morning that she was going to buy a bottle of bullet bourbon. I think she knew she was going to go to the bar party that night, or was scheduled to, and went to ABC Liquors and happened to see a bottle of bourbon called Bullet Bourbon, right, by accident, and thought that that was funny, as Dan Markel will be shot in the head with a bullet. She likes to do these little in jokes. They all do, it seems, right? TV, and it was the divorce present. It's almost these little meta references they involve in their scheme a lot. We see it a lot in Charlie. We see it a lot in Donna. We see it a lot, especially in Wendi, right? So I believe there wasn't a invitation requesting a bottle of bullet bourbon. I believe that Wendi didn't know she was going to buy a bullet bourbon. She went to buy, a pretty good quality liquor for this special occasion for the party that was happening, and happened to see a bottle called Bullet Bourbon, thought it was funny, said she's going to get that one as a little joke to herself. So if we assume those things to be true, the excuse of having an assigned brand wouldn't have been invented yet. And it doesn't seem, we certainly don't see any evidence of it being invented up until Charlie Adelson's trial, 9 years after this interview. So it's very confusing. It's very confusing. We might have fallen on a red herring here, guys. We can't even 100% see. I just thought it was interesting because she started a sentence and then didn't complete it. But it might be nothing.
To get through court, it's teaching me to have a lot more patience as an attorney. But we have like a meeting coming up soon. It was supposed to be the 24th, and then Jimmy just moved it to the 30th or the 31st. So that's why I feel like, what's the urgency if it's not about this? Like, what would he need to talk about?
When did he start sending those emails?
This, like, I actually,
voicemail, or
I got one from Robin at 5 and one at 6. And that's unusual. And she's not like,
and I don't know, what's Rob, but she might have inklings of what's going on, and she might be you need to contact an attorney. But again, you're not being, looked at as a suspect. They're just clearing.
well, I'm trying to help. I mean,
And you have been, and I think you and Investigator Isim have been able to communicate well with each other and everything.
okay, so Jimmy sent an email to me. So when we had our hearing with the judge about whether Danny needed to pay me, the judge was like, you need to pay her the money. Like, we're going to hold you in contempt of
Which
court.
judge is it now? I know they just changed all the judges.
They
over
do.
there.
So it was Judge Hobbs.
Before?
Mhm.
Okay.
So like Judge Hobbs at that hearing. And she was like, I'm going to put you in jail. Like, pay her the money.
Right.
And he was like, well, Your Honor, I have,
Is that what happened, Wendi?
I'm going to file a motion for full custody of the kids, and I'm going to file a motion for, he never did that, but like a motion for sanctions against Wendy's attorney, who's Kristen Adelson. I don't know if you, so Kristen was my attorney, and so because he filed sanctions against my attorney, Kristen was like, I can't represent you anymore. I need to represent myself. Like, I need to be a witness in your case because he's impugning my professional reputation. So Kristen hooked me up with Jimmy to be my attorney instead. And so now Jimmy's my attorney. And so we're trying to now I've got
what? Yeah, Victoria, should I call my divorce lawyer? What the actual fuck? Yeah, she needs to call that divorce lawyer to say, listen, buddy, we're not going to be needing your services anymore. So that $300 an hour for you and also each of your 2 colleagues, $900 an hour. Can we just stop the clock on that? Take a lunch, go to lunch, and then, you know, find another client, because we don't need it anymore. He's dead, or he will be very soon.
Got Jimmy writing to me and Kristen and trying to work this all out. But they wrote this at 3:44. Clearly, they had no idea, because all it says is basically we have a new judge, and I think this is good news. And like, here's some stuff we have to do on our case.
Okay. Yeah. And
I'm gonna
again,
skip it. It's
yeah,
not- it
I
can't be
don't
that
think you
urgent.
really need to be stressed. I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
and I think when time comes, I think anyone that's been trying to reach you about anything will understand completely and entirely why.
What's going on?
Yes.
God, one of the other, there's like a young faculty member at the law school, this guy Mark, who had a heart attack. Mark is like 33 or 34. I did yoga with him. He's like super fit, healthy. He just had like a congenital heart defect. So, you know, he's fine. He's actually alive. He made it. He's okay. But, you know, the whole law school is like, oh my God, like
Very
what
low
happened?
stress.
And now that's why Manuel's called twice. And it says it's from Park City. That's where his wife is from. So
Wendy's probably putting antifreeze in this guy's coffee in the morning, just little bits, little few drops a day. Right, suddenly he had a heart attack.
either he never changed his cell phone. That's possible. He either never changed. I've never.
Can you imagine what Wendi has gotten away with that we will never know about? You know, what else has she done? You know, maybe not murder, but maybe. I don't know. If it's not murder, I mean, it could be stuff that's almost as bad, right?
Never talked to Manuel outside of school. So either
And he's the dean of the law school?
he's not. So there's like the dean in charge of everything, and then there's like the academic dean. That,
Okay, because
so,
the
like,
law school is pretty much separate. I mean, it is part of the university, but it like has its own academic deans and all those type of.
did you go to FSU?
I did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I went to FSU 2 years ago.
Did they do the one book, one campus thing when you were there? Did they pick a book? Did you go undergrad or master?
Oh my God, she's gonna bring up a fucking book now. Yeah, so I was the common read. Common read. That's me this year. This is our story. It's got a 2-star review on Amazon. Did they do the one book every year when you were there? And I'm also translating it into Spanish.
Both.
Yeah. Were you in social work?
I was. I graduated fall of, how long ago was it already? I think 2011.
It's Jeff's phone number.
I have this work number and cell phone. The work number would be the.
Just imagine you're Jeff, right? You've had this stupid bitch, you know, fuck your head up, throw you the world, go on a date. She was very eager to go on a date on the Monday, dinner and a movie, blah, blah, blah. You think, hey, this is great. You know, she locks herself out. You go and help her with the front porch. You say, we'll just have our date here. What a valiant thing to do, you know. And then yoga, awkward yoga. Then the letter, the email, you know, my head and my heart saying 2 different things, blah, 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 to the point where you call your friends because you're so upset, and the friend's advice is like, hey, listen, man, just get in your car and head to Tennessee. Clear your head. Go on a 10-hour drive, you know, just to get moving. And you're stumbling around Tennessee. You're doing whatever you're doing over there. You hit up in a Kmart, buy a pack of gum, and then TPD call you and say, "Is this Jeffrey Lacasse?" You know, and whatever questions that follow. But man, What a week. What a week. And by the end of the week, you're in with the interviews. Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ.
Who is that?
The Bainbridge, Georgia. I bet you that's the Greenbergs and Cairo that I was saying, Alex and Maya. Do you think we should talk to them?
Not right now. 294.
So that's his, the 294 would be his cell. The other number would be his office number.
Okay. All the news is already on people's.
Meaning what? What's out
they
there?
all they just know. I don't know
A
what they
shooting on
put out.
Trescott, I
Yeah,
think.
that's basically what's going to
Okay. My kids are not going to see the news, so I'm not worried about that. I guess you're just telling me the story.
No, I'm saying that's probably why these people are trying to
Are
get a hold of you now.
Yeah.
I need to go back. I need a timeline here.
Mm-hmm.
What time did you wake up this morning?
A little before 8. I know that because the repairman was supposed to be here between 8 and 12, and I didn't set an alarm. So I woke up like, oh God, put some clothes on and get ready.
Okay. What at 8 o'clock?
He called, or like my mom called. I could see what time the calls came in, but let's see, starting this morning. Yeah, my mom called at 8:09. And then the repair guy called at 8:08, and then my mom called at 8:09. I guess he called her to trying to sorry. So yeah, so then the repair guy called, and I don't remember exactly what time he got there, but like between 8 and 9, probably closer to 9.
Okay. What time did he leave?
Around 10. He could probably tell you, like he'll have a record of what time he called in to figure out whether to repair it or buy a new one.
Okay.
So he'll have a record of his calls too.
Okay, before 10 a.m. A little before 10 a.m. he left. Okay. And then you went back to working on papers and so forth?
Yeah, I was making some breakfast.
Yeah, the invite's been shown by mentor lawyer. Rabbit, there's no certificate of authenticity with that. You know, it's a printout. And I can just see Harvey making that and printing it out, you know? It exists, but it wasn't admitted as evidence. It wasn't verified. And why not? Wouldn't that be easy to verify? I mean, I know the woman is dead, but, you know, other people were invited to that party. So if it was such a key piece of evidence, why hasn't it been 100% vetted if it's real? You know? Why is that?
Remember, I was making oatmeal, so it was taking a while. It was like that kind that you have to stir for a long time. And I was talking to Charlie.
How long do you have to stir oatmeal for? 3 minutes? You put it on in a pan and you add a little water, a little milk. You bring it to the boil, then to a simmer, and you stir it for about 3 minutes. Just to stop it sticking to the bottom. You have to stir it for a long time. What the hell is she talking about?
So there's my call to Charlie, and then I called him breakfast. Remember, I was making oatmeal, so it was taking a while. It was like that kind that you have to stir for a long time. And I was talking to Charlie, so there's my call to Charlie, and then I called Renee, my friend who's interviewing for a job at FSU today. She was driving in.
And why do we in Britain call oatmeal porridge? I mean, it's exactly the same thing, right? You don't say porridge in the States, am I right?
And then I wanted to wish her good luck and see if I could meet her for a hug at some point today.
Okay.
So that was at 10:24. I called my friend Tova back at 11:22. I think I was just, in between working on the paper, being distracted.
So between 10:24 and 11:22, all right, 10:24, you're talking to Renee.
I talked to her for 18 minutes.
Okay, so now we're up to 10:24, 4:24 plus 18, we're at 40 something.
42?
42?
Yeah. Then I went back to working. And then I tried Danny again. I left a message at 11:42 a.m. It's probably just 27 seconds. I just left him a message.
And this is all at your house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Well, the reason I'm getting down to this, I'm trying to whittle this down with what they pulled from your phone.
Mhm.
Did you ever leave your house before you went to the liquor store and got turned around on Prescott?
No.
Never left.
No.
Okay. All right. And so at 10:42, you're done with the call
Mhm.
from Renee.
Yeah.
And you don't make another call again, according to what I have here. You called Tova
At 11:22.
at 11:22. So between 10:42.
I worked for a total of like 20 minutes. It's a good thing I'm not on a timesheet.
Okay. So from 10:42.
And you know what? If you took my computer, you could probably find records of like what time I saved the document. And I'd be happy to sign a waiver so you could look at my computer.
And 10:42.
Yeah, totally happy to sign over my computer with my mother's emails that I haven't deleted, even though I deleted a bunch of other stuff from my WhatsApp messages, from my text messages, and even though I had my phone completely cleaned and checked by Dell Computers and IBM. But yeah, I thought I might leave my mother's crazy emails on the computer that I'm about to hand over to you. Why is that, Wendy?
To 11:22, you're working on paper.
Mm-hmm.
And then, do you remember the call to Tova?
Mm-hmm.
And that
I
was,
just left her. She had called. I was just returning her call.
Okay.
So I just left a message. And then I tried Danny. I left him a call. I worked in between. Once again, it would be good. I'll get you my computer if you want to take a look at the documents.
I just have to validate all this. That's all. So,
and you could probably go to my email records, which you should have when you
Right.
guys did the phone. You did the email records, so you would have of like what time I sent messages.
Were you sending email messages during?
Clarissa H says that Wendy says the repairman here. Other times she says they. I think that's okay, Clarissa, to be honest. When she says they, it could be referring to, Best Buy as a group, right? The Geek Squad as a group. I mean, I could see myself using both of those. They said the guy came. Well, it depends on. Yeah. I don't think there's that's really an indicative of any
During those times?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Between 10:42 and 11:22.
I think so because I don't remember exactly what time, but before I left the house at noon, I sent off the edits, like the citations to the law school library to have someone look at my citations on this paper that's due that I no longer care about.
Okay. And so how can we say, do you have some way of showing
I
a
can look
timeline of when
I sent email.
No, when you left the house.
Oh yeah. So
LRM says, I wonder if Wendy ever showed up so sloppy to a lunch with friends as she looks. She doesn't strike me leaving the house without looking perfect. Yeah, it's ridiculous, LRM, that we're to believe that Wendy would go to, sort of a, maybe it wasn't a business lunch, so to speak, but it was certainly professionals dining in a restaurant, not a Burger King, right? I mean, it's ridiculous that we're to believe that she would go somewhere with her hair like that, wearing the clothes that she's wearing. It's completely inexplicable.
the only thing I have that is the only thing that I guess I have is I was waiting to call back this colleague of mine, Joe Davis, and I called him from the car at 12:27. And he was the first call I made as I was pulling out of the driveway. So that was like 12:27.
That's leaving the house.
That was leaving the house. So I got into the car, I put on my earpiece, I called Joe. And Joe was busy with a colleague. And then I was returning phone calls. I called back this woman, Laura, that was at 12:29. And then I called my friend Jeff Skopek, who's different Jeff, lives in Boston, just had a baby. And so I was catching up with him about his baby. And we were on the phone about 16 minutes. I was on the phone with him on the way to the liquor store.
Joe Davis was the one at 12:27.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I actually spoke with Joe. Laura, I left a message, and then Jeff, I spoke with for a while, and then the connection cut out. I went into the liquor store. I tried him back again. We talked for a few minutes. Connection cut out again, and I was like, I'm at lunch. I'll just call him back later.
Okay. When you went to the liquor store, did you already know what you're going to get, or you had to?
Yeah, I had the name of, I don't know bourbon, but I was supposed to go to this party tonight. It's like a stock.
Oh, hang on. I had the name.
27.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I actually spoke with Joe. Laura, I left a message, and then Jeff, I spoke with for a while, and then the connection cut out. I went into the liquor store. I tried him back again. We talked for a few minutes. Connection cut out again, and I was like, I'm at lunch. I'll just call him back later.
Okay. When you went to the liquor store, did you already know what you're going to get, or you had to?
Yeah, I had the name of, I don't know bourbon, but and I was like, I'm at lunch. I'll just call him back later.
Okay. When you went to the liquor store, did you already know what you're going to get, or you had to?
Yeah, I had the name of, I don't know bourbon, but I was supposed to go to this party tonight. It's like a stock the bar party, and so I asked my friend what do they like, and she wrote down the name of the type of bourbon. So I went in the store to get BULLEIT bourbon, and so I asked the guy in the store like, "Where's your bourbon?" And so he showed it to me, and I found it. And
Okay, so you just went. He pointed out where the bourbon was.
Yeah.
And you go there and you just grab.
She was really careful not to pronounce it as bullet, huh? Yeah, they asked me to get. I spell out every name of liquor. I say, can I have a bottle of ABSOLUTE vodka, please? Can I have a bottle of JAMESONS whiskey, please? Yes, Boulet.
The brand that's familiar by the name.
Yeah, that's what they said they wanted. So.
Okay, so you didn't discuss with the clerk whether this good, whether
No.
it's bad.
The only thing I said I discussed is I walked over and he was like, "Can I see your ID?" And I was like, "Oh, why are you laughing? I could be 18." I was like, and so I was like, I love to be asked how old I am. I'm like, I'm old.
Wendi, this is what's happened today, Wendi, okay? You have been brought into a police station and you have told that your ex-husbands that you have been in the motherfucker of divorces with. Horrible, vicious. You've been seething with rage about being stuck in Tallahassee, not being able to travel to Miami, and blah, 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 blah. Now, you've been told that that ex-husband that you've been in a contentious divorce with has been shot so badly that the damage to his brain is irreparable, and he's currently in a vegetative state in a hospital being pain managed, but will certainly succumb to his injuries and die. Your two boys who love going swimming with Abba and were scheduled to do so today, or maybe it wasn't scheduled, but you know, we're going to be doing that today. They're not going to be swimming with Abba today or ever again. And you're going to have to tell them all about why that is. Yeah. You're going to have to explain to them that they're never going to see their father again. Yeah. That's what you're going to have to do, Wendi. So why are you sitting in here joking, laughing, grinning, and flirting and saying, "Why are you laughing? I could play 18. Oh, look at my teeth." Why is that, Wendy? Because it doesn't. It's not. It's not. What is the word? Congruent. It is not congruent. It is very, very incongruent, Wendy.
The type of bourbon. So I went in the store to get BULLEIT Boulet that bourbon. And so I asked the guy in the store, like, where's your bourbon? And so he showed it to me and I found it.
Okay, so you just went, he pointed out where the bourbon was?
Yeah.
And you go there and you just grab the brand that's familiar by the name?
Yeah, that's what they said they wanted. So.
Okay, so you didn't discuss with the clerk, was this good, was
No.
this bad?
The only thing I said I discussed is I walked over and he was like, can I see your ID? And I was like, why are you laughing? I could be 18.
Okay.
I was like, and so I was like, I love to be asked how old I am. I'm like, I'm old as.
Did you see that? The round head movement. I love to be asked how old I am.
I was like, and so I was like, I love to be asked how.
Ah, do you remember what we just went through and listed all the stuff that's happened in the day? And this is what she's doing now.
Why are you laughing? I could be 18. I was like, and so I was like, I love to be asked how old I am. I'm like, I'm old as dirt. Here you go. And so I handed it to him and he's like, you're not old.
Okay.
So anyway, we had like a little banter and he was like, your eyes are so blue. And I was like, thank you. And then I left. So. Yeah.
Will you put his name underneath there, please?
This is so creepy.
Just print his name.
That looks like him as a student. I wonder if that's like.
Oh, will you sign it as you're saying that's who Jeff Lacoste is?
Do you want me to like?
Just sign your name and the date.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to.
Good point, Willie B. Have we got a? Can we show a copy of the invitation, guys? Where do we have that? Somebody sent it to me on Discord, but I don't remember who. What would we search for? Wendi Adelson invitation with how do you spell it? Blue bourbon. Here. Okay. So that is, I'm going to hide this here. That is the invitation. So we can see up here, you're invited. So please come on over to a Stock the Bar couples shower with Lauren and Jamie, Friday, July 18th, 6:30 to 8:30. Backyard gathering with drinks, something, and games. And then up here, help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding by bringing a bottle of Bullet bourbon or your favorite wine or spirit. Okay, so let's go back and just shit, where was it? Well, to my mind, that is very at odds with what was. Oh shit! Hang on, I forgot. Sorry, we weren't playing it.
Yeah, or you had it.
Yeah, I had the name of, I don't know bourbon, but I was supposed to go to this party tonight. It's like a Stock the bar party. And so I asked my friend, what do they like? And she wrote down the name of the type of bourbon. So I went in the store to get BULLEIT Boulet.
I asked my friend the type they like, and she wrote down the name of the bourbon. Does that add up with what we're seeing here, guys? You know, if you're given the invitation with this attachment of a request for bullet bourbon, which just seems odd. I mean, what are they going to do? End up with 50 bottles of bullet bourbon? You know? Is that even something that you serve? I mean, I always thought stock the bar meant, you know, for their house, so that these raging alcoholics can really start off their marital bliss, you know, with a full with a full bar, right? But it sounds like help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding by bringing a bottle of bullet bourbon or your favorite wine or spirit. It just doesn't, you know, it does not make a lot of sense. I mean, personally, I don't see a couple of young professionals getting married and having primarily bourbon at their wedding. I mean, it's quite an acquired taste, isn't it? I don't know if I've ever tried it, to be honest. Any kind of bourbon. But is that very common in Tallahassee, in the South? Does everyone just drink bourbon? Or if it was in Kentucky, maybe I could, you know, that would make more sense to me. But a young professional couple, you know, if it was a bunch of miners from Harlan County, Kentucky, bringing a bottle of bullet bourbon, you know, and some shine, bring a bottle of the finest moonshine you have, you know. I just don't see a couple of young professionals getting married, you know, in some exclusive wedding, serving primarily bullet bourbon. And this invitation, and sometimes people have said, well, maybe they had, they asked each guest to bring a different bottle, right? But I mean, this card is printed, and it also has an option, bullet bourbon or your favorite wine or spirit. And also, it's completely at odds with what Wendi Adelson just said about she asked her friend what they like and she wrote down bullet bourbon, right? Does not add up with the evidence that was put forth and not admitted or verified in Charlie Adelson's trial. And we hadn't heard of it in Katie McBanowa's trial. I mean, something just totally not right there, right?
That bourbon. And so I asked the guy in the store, like, where's your bourbon? And so he showed it to me.
Let's have a quick look through these comments, guys, just on this subject, because, you know, we find something new every time, don't we? Every time. Third time we've been through this interview on this channel. Yeah, Cassandra, this is definitely Wendy's charming side. Snake charmer. Amy hates her. We all hate her, Amy. We're all right there with you, babe. What was the date Dan was killed? It was July 18th was when he was shot, Bam Bam. And he, you know, he passed away very early hours of the 19th after spending, you know, about 13, 14 hours in the hospital, but just obviously unconscious on pain management. Yeah, there you go, riding shotgun. Mona Lisa says Lauren and Jamie will be on the witness list for Wendy's trial. Well, I think Lauren's dead, Mona Lisa. And when I heard that, I was like, under what circumstances? Were they suspicious circumstances? Oh my God, Wendy's killed another one. anyone that's damaging to her case. But no, it was some bone cancer or something. Yeah, join the Metrix channel, guys. Join the Metrix channel on the YouTubes. You can become a member on YouTube and get a fantastic star next to your name, so everyone will know what a Metrix fan you are. Oh, that's maybe, yeah, okay. TV lunch with the girls. Yeah, let's get those likes rolling in, guys. We've got over 100 likes, but there's still 138 of you in the stream at the moment. Let's leave a like on the video while we're going through these comments. Yeah, Rashbound. Does that make any sense? I'm just wondering if we've got any Tallahassee people that could say, yes, bourbon is the most popular drink in Tallahassee, especially at weddings. Because that just doesn't, if it was like some real good old boy getting married in his late 60s, maybe, but some young professional couple, what would they like at their wedding? Well, wine, I think, or champagne, or if it was cocktails, it'd be something, you want something kind of refreshing, don't you? Wedding's a long day. You don't want to just get tanked on bourbon all day, But I'm guessing. I'm not from Tallahassee. Or anywhere in the South, If you're from the South, tell us if you would if you're a young professional, somewhere in the South, let us know in the comments if you would completely stock your wedding bar with bourbon. Yeah, no variety. It's bullet bourbon or nothing. In fact, if you're not going to bring a bottle of bullet bourbon, you're off the list. You're off the guest list. It's the price of admission. Bam Bam says, TV repair guy, lunch with the girls, and to the booze store for bullet bourbon. That is so suspicious. Yeah, and also these calls. She was just going on about all these calls she was making and how she got cut off and went into the liquor store and then came out and called it again. I don't think she got cut off. I think she was specifically spacing out the calls, right? Because if she calls too many people, those call records look suspicious. Like if she goes, I need an alibi to make sure that my phone is able to be verified its location that all day, and I call 50 people to make sure that it's always in use, but I don't call 50 people any other day, and I only call 3 people on a normal day for the past year, that's a spike in usage behavior, right? It would, if you looked at a chart and said, well, she made a lot of calls on this day to a lot of different people. But if you just made one call, got cut off, called it back in 20 minutes, it's the same. There's an excuse, right? And it's the same person, but you're spreading out the usage across over time. Yeah. I don't think you're going to get cut off in the center of Tallahassee. It's not like you're in the friggin' Georgia hills or something. Puzzle pieces. Puzzle pieces. Let's just have another look at that invitation again. Does that make any sense? Doesn't it look like Sarah Boone's advert for a lawyer, though? As Neverly Darling pointed out. It's so true. Yeah, maybe that's what Sarah Boone can do for the rest of her life behind bars. Sell wedding invitations. All right, let's crack on with the video. Did we get anyone from Tallahassee saying, yes, when I got married, we only served bourbon? God, she's always in the kitchen, that Monica, isn't it? Look at what she's doing now. Making homemade Madagascar bourbon ice cream. Well, what's wrong with vanilla? No, that sounds good, Monica. Just quickly going through these comments to see if we've got any verified. Yeah. Frogazon says too many coincidences equal not coincidences. Oh, the paradox. Right, Frogazon. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Oh, well, yeah, it just happened to be Bullet Bourbon. Yeah, I agree, Monica. It really does look like something Harvey made because he, you know, it's been alluded to so many times how he's always on the Photoshop, you know, printing stuff, making stuff, faking his tax return, changing figures. Oh, okay, let's crack on with the video, guys. Oh, I think we lost audio. Just a second.
Yeah, that's what they said they wanted. So.
Okay, so you didn't discuss with the clerk, was this good, was
No.
it bad?
The only thing I said I discussed is I walked over and he was like, "Can I see your ID?" And I was like, "Oh, why are you laughing? I could be 18." I was like, and so I was like, "I love to be asked how old I am." I'm like, "I'm old as dirt. Here you go." And so I handed it to him and he's like, "You're not old."
Okay.
So anyway, we had like a little banter and he was like, "Your eyes are so blue." And I was like, "Thank you." And then I left. So. Yeah.
Will you put his name underneath there, please?
This is so creepy.
Just print his name.
That looks like him as a student. I wonder if that's like.
Oh, will you sign it as you're saying that's who Jeff Lacoste is?
Do you want me to like?
Just sign your name and the date.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to confirm
Okay.
who this person is.
Yeah.
Call your folks.
Okay. I really don't want to make that call.
I know, but
I know. I just
you
like.
can wait if you want to.
No,
I feel
just,
like I was holding you up. So.
You were, and I
I was okay.
No, I mean I want them here. I don't want to tell them what happened and what's going on because they're very emotional.
Well.
Make
And
sure they're not driving.
well, that's the thing is like they're gonna now get in the car for 8 hours and come up and
Are they both very emotional? That's one more.
Interesting, isn't it? Because when they were talking about Danny's parents earlier, they said we're trying to contact OPP and get someone to go around to their house because, you know, we don't know how someone reacts with that kind of news, and it's best to have a trained emergency worker there if, you know, they collapse and have a heart attack or something, you know. And now she seems to be adopting that philosophy, because Wendy was like, "Oh, is that better to have a cop go round?" And they said, "Yeah," and explained it. And now she's applying that logic to telling her own parents. Is she doing that to fit in, or is she actually wanting a cop to go round there? I don't think so. But she's trying to look like she doesn't want to make the call, because the call is part of the plan, right? The call is really to give the signal to Donna to say, okay, you can take the money round to Charlie's house now, and we can pay for the hit. And again, I'll just mention what Rabbit brought up with us the other day. Rabbit COA, that someone else had said on another channel that Wendy's trip to the gas station, that I don't think ever happened, and the liquor store was so that she could pay on a charge card, and that Donna would be logged into Wendy's online banking in South Beach, and depending on what charge was made, that would be a signal to say, yes, the hit has happened, or no, the hit hasn't happened, right? And I mean, as much as that theory is fun and it's very creative that someone came up with that, I just don't believe that it's just too complicated. It creates additional digital records. There would be proof that was created that Donna was logged in to Wendy's banking app. Why? In South Beach on this day. It's it's your mother. You can send a text and say, hey, we've got the paella for Dad's birthday, or no, we don't have the paella for Dad's birthday, or whatever. You could come up with some innocuous text that would be just as easily be a code word without having to act like James Bond. Okay, let's have a little poll about this, guys. I'm going to create a poll and see what our audience thinks. 178 in the stream. Let's get some likes rolling in, guys. Hit that big thumb.
Oh, I mean, I want them here. I don't want to tell them what happened and what's going on, because they're very emotional.
Well,
And
Make sure they're not driving.
well,
or
that's
doing
the
anything.
thing, is like they're gonna now get in the car for 8 hours and come up, and
Are they both very emotional? Is one more emotional than
my
the other?
mom's more emotional. My dad's more of a straight shooter.
okay.
Well, people must really know now, because I just got a text from someone that said, I know everyone's calling you right now, but could this really be happening?
I just talked with Alan, and he asked me, he was going to take the kids by the house to get some clothes, and said that they have a key but don't know your alarm code.
I didn't set the alarm when I left.
Okay, that makes
But
it easy.
if it goes off, it's 10:13.
Okay, and we spoke with the hospital. We've spoken with his dad. We did make contact with him. One of the other victim advocates was able to make contact with him. I don't know all the ins and outs of the
I'm
conversation.
sure he's devastated.
He's apparently in Colorado,
Oh,
or in Aspen, or he's in Aspen, is at least what I understood.
well, at least he's closer.
Right.
Well, I don't know if that's any.
I was gonna say, the nurse at the hospital,
Yeah.
the rabbi was up there, and I'm sorry.
That's not. Oh, it doesn't.
I know.
It doesn't matter.
I know.
Why I'm correcting you. I'm sorry.
And I realized that when I called Jane, I was like, wait, I wrote that wrong. Was talking about something about the rabbi and
I mean, if there are any people left sticking to this theory that Isim always knew and the whole thing was a sham, and he was playing nice so she wouldn't lawyer up, and he just needed to keep her talking because he knows how to deal with the narcissist, blah blah blah. Okay, well, what about this woman then? Mrs. Nice, is she in on this too?
That's any.
I was gonna say, the nurse at the hospital,
Yeah.
the rabbi was up there, and I'm sorry.
That's not. Oh, it doesn't.
I know.
It doesn't matter.
I know.
Why I'm correcting you. I'm sorry.
And I realized that when I called Jane, I was like, wait, I wrote that wrong. was talking about something about the rabbi and didn't know what.
I'm sorry, Phil was talking.
Hey, I'm amazed that there's 21% think that yes, Wendi signaled Donna for the charge card. Amazing. Really? Hey, listen, everybody go and vote. And please answer honestly. Don't be embarrassed to have that terrible opinion. If that's your opinion, we want to know about it. But I'm amazed that anybody would think that, really. I'd love to know why. Can you tell us in the chat comments, or come and tell us on Discord? I'd love to know why people think that is that was done. Please do come down into the description, click the link for Discord, join the community, and you can talk to me in DMs or you can talk to the group. But I'd love to learn more about why you think that is. And you know, if you've got an opinion that's different, that's great. You know, I don't need to change your opinion. I'd just like to know what's behind your thinking.
His dad was talking.
No, the nurse at the hospital,
Yeah.
and this was prior to me getting them in contact about what type of Jewish whatever he practices.
Mhm.
Okay.
He calls himself Flexodox, so he's Orthodox-ish. That's why the rabbi is a good choice. The one that's here,
Okay.
Oyerman.
Okay.
He's like his
Okay.
denomination.
He is there. Okay.
So, and he's at the hospital.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. I just wanted to make sure and that's what I thought. And my conversation with him is, oh yes, very familiar. And then when I talked to the nurse, so we may have been talking about two different people
Do they have
because
an update on what's going on medically? Like,
I didn't even ask because I know somebody else is dealing with that. And my understanding is he's in ICU. Last I heard, was he was probably not going to survive. But they are trying to
And you
work out
told
the
his dad
organ
that?
donor
Oh my God.
aspect
okay.
of that whole thing.
And you told his dad this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So they are.
And
aware.
is he coming? Is he?
Well, and Melanie spoke with him, and I hadn't had a chance to sit down and
Okay.
talk with her since
Okay.
because I was on the phone. I was trying to give the nurse a heads up to say,
He's
hey,
coming.
just so you know, we've talked to the dad. He's going to be calling, so that random person didn't call.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And
Did Alan say the kids needed clothes? Like,
well,
they can just sleep in their closet.
well, and he didn't know how long you were going to be, and
Yeah.
stuff like that. And
Okay.
Jane called and said when when you are ready to go, she would like to come up here and go with you if she need, just so you're not going by yourself.
That'd be great.
That type.
Am I allowed to take my car?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
Did they keep the keys
I
or?
don't know if
I know she had the keys. Did we ever get them did someone take the keys?
Jim did.
Okay,
Mhm.
so.
He may not have given them back. I'll double check. Again, we're all doing different things, so I may have missed something, but I'll double check.
Okay, yeah, I don't have the keys. I'm gonna call my parents. Okay.
And y'all spoke with Isim?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, he said that's okay, right?
Yeah.
Do you need anything? Are you hungry? I know some people won't. All right.
I don't know how to tell them this.
I think you're gonna be upset.
They're very angry with him, right? Like,
Well,
this isn't like it's their son, but he's the father of my kids, and this
They're
is a very, part of my language, fucked up situation.
don't pardon your language at all. I would, you know what? When I was talking, I would let them know, first because you're upset, so let them know that I'm okay.
Yeah.
As in you're okay.
Well, that's why I
and
need to call them, because my mom would be like, "What happened?" Like if
Right.
the police called, my mom would lose her shit.
Right, and that's we always try to get people there in person or get
Yeah.
so just say Danny.
7 o'clock already. I have to see my kids before they go to bed. I'm sure they're not gonna want to go to bed without me, but like.
And I'm sure they're gonna be hyped up a little bit because they're
Oh my
in the house.
Oh my god.
This is not a normal situation, and things are gonna happen a little bit abnormal. And,
No, I know. I'm just picturing like.
and part of
just
it.
so innocent. They don't know anything, and like they should not have to go through this. so little.
But you know what? Kids are resilient. And
All of this is pretend, guys. She doesn't feel any guilt or contrition whatsoever for having to do this to the boys. She doesn't have any love for those boys. None. Nothing. They are assets to her. That is all. It's like a piece of furniture, right? Some people say, oh, she's realizing the weight of what she's done. Bullshit. She loves what she's done, and I think she loved telling the boys.
the younger they are, the more resilient they are. And you, I can tell already, are a compassionate and strong woman. And better than all that too is you've got an awesome support system, whether it be your family or just you've got a ton of people calling you. You've got a network, so you'll have people to help be strong for you.
People must be figuring this out. I just got a call from Karen.
Yeah, I bet they are figuring it out, right? Can you imagine the gossip that's going around campus? Dan's been shot and Wendy's down at TPD. you know those law professors that have been in that really contentious divorce? You know, one of them just got murdered and his wife's being questioned by police.
Terms with Robin, who used to live here but is in Oregon now, and she just got a call from Robin, who was I mean, do you think my attorney's calling me because he wants to make sure that I'm independent of David's
I mean, I don't.
Man, that's rough, isn't it? Let's skip that.
I'm just please trying to get in touch obviously the team for doing they can't, they're gonna start going to other.
And she's calling the hospital. So how did Tracy know?
And I will say that the police,
Facebook. They're all probably talking to each other on Facebook.
I mean, people communicate. Like,
no, I know, but like, Daisy,
and then they're all probably trying to call him and say, hey, where you at? What are you doing? And
right. And so he's not responding, and he's always very responsive. They must have each other's contact.
I just think what poor Tamara Demko must be going through right now. She's obviously heard by now. This is 7 p.m. He was shot at 11. It was on the news, before around lunchtime. Tamara Demko's heard, trying to work out what's going on. Not doing well, as she said. Bless her. We love you, Tamara. We think you're amazing. We think your emotional intelligence is a thing of beauty. And we can't wait to see you testify in Wendy's trial. I thought she was going to testify in Donna's trial because she saw Donna, she saw Harvey, and she had opinions about it. Very good opinions. Could that happen? I mean, I haven't seen her on any witness list or anything, but could she be brought in for Donna's trial? That'd be great.
On Facebook and then be connecting with each other.
And then what'll happen is they'll get really frustrated because they'll try to contact the police department. We're not telling anyone anything. They'll try to contact the hospital. The hospital's like, no.
Here comes Chelsea. Okay, I'm gonna call my parents.
Okay.
I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead. I just
You
know
don't.
that he has
but-
been shot. And
But all signs of what everyone's telling you, I mean, when they start talking, sorry to be blunt, organ donation.
I know that's
It's not.
This, guys. I'm trying to work out what to tell my parents, whether they should pay for the hit or not. Because we don't want to tick off those Latin kings, but also, he's not dead.
And then what'll happen is they'll get really frustrated because they'll try to contact the police department. We're not telling anyone anything. They'll try to contact the hospital. The hospital's like, no.
Here comes Chelsea. Okay, I'm gonna call my parents.
Okay.
I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead. I just
You
know
don't.
that he has
but-
been shot. And
But all signs of what everyone's telling you, I mean, when they start talking, sorry to be.
That is not normal, okay? She's highlighting the need to report that he's dead. Otherwise, she wouldn't even need to ask the question. She'd call the parents and report what happened, right? Danny's been shot, and they told me that they don't think he's going to survive. He's in the ICU at TMH right now. What she's really highlighting to us that she needs to report that he's dead, right? One more time.
Here comes Chelsea. Okay, I'm gonna call my parents. I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead.
I have no idea what to say because I don't know that I don't even know that he's dead. Right? Do you see what I mean? You wouldn't say that unless you had an intention or a motive to report that he's dead. Right? That is so clear. That is so clear. One more time.
Okay, I'm gonna call my parents. I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead. I just
You
know
don't,
that he has
but-
been shot, and
But all signs of what everyone's telling you, I mean, when they start talking, sorry to be blunt, organ donation,
I know that's
He's
not
not-
really.
he's kind of,
Okay, so I just want to tell them what happened and that I need them here,
and
that
they're
I'm
gonna come
fine
up
and
here
the kids
probably.
are fine.
Mhm. And let them know, when they ask, say the kids are with Lynn and Alan. I'm gonna probably be seeing them relatively soon.
I
I'm
will,
just-
right? I'll be out of here soon. Yeah, okay.
I know it's
It's
probably,
so
you're in
creepy
like,
to see Jeff's picture. Like it looked like a weird mugshot. Like it's, can you? Dear God. Okay.
Oh,
you're-
nice embellishment, Wendy. It was so creepy to see Jeff's picture. It looked like a weird mugshot, which he will surely be having any day when he's booked. Oh man, oh man, what a woman! What a terrible, disgusting, despicable, duplicitous woman.
No, I think it's shock reaction. You know, right? Shock reaction.
yeah, oh, and I'm a shaker.
You know, right? Shock reaction? What the fuck is she doing now? You know, right? Shock reaction? I'm not just high on the massive amount of adrenaline that is being pumped through my system right now. I'm not just kind of excited and nervous that the plan is going off without a hitch. The only thing we've got to get over is we need confirmation from TMH that Markel is dead. Then we have successfully achieved our mission. You know, she's making excuses why she's shaking and jittery. I think it's a shock reaction. You know about that, right? Shock reaction.
When I get upset, so yeah.
I don't usually shake. I really don't. Okay, here it goes. This is the worst day of my life. Maybe I should text them if I can't reach them. Hi, Mom. How's it going? Mom, I need you to sit down. I am fine. The boys are fine. I need you to sit down. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah.
Why on earth would that be the reaction of the mother? You know, your daughter phones you up and says, I need you to sit down. I am fine. The boys are fine. And your thought goes to whether or not Harvey can hear. You know, put me on speaker. If your daughter phones you up like that you go, okay, what is it? Tell me what's going on. What's going on? You know, you don't go, oh, Dad's here, and he just got out the shower. So should we have a group call? You know, the fuck.
Danny has been shot.
Did you hear that? What? What? If it was Katie McBanaware, it'd be like, what? Oh, I'm just sorry she didn't phone Charlie from the interrogation room so we could have heard, hey, how are you?
And I don't think he's gonna make it. And so I know. So I found this out around 1 or 2 today, and I'm at the police station, and
That's a weird, awkward way to say it as well. Danny has been shot, and I don't think he's going to make it. That just doesn't seem natural to me. You might say something more like, Danny has been shot, and in the head, he's in the ICU, and he's still alive, apparently, but he's expected to die. They say it's irreparable damage to his brain. He's not going to come out of this. Not like, I don't think he's going to make it.
trying to help them figure out who may have done this. The boys are fine. I had Lynn and Alan pick them up from school, and they're with Lynn and Alan right now. And I'm gonna leave here soon and go be with them. But I really need you to come here and be with me. But I want you to either fly, obviously you can't leave right now, but I need you to get yourself together. If it's too much to drive, I'd really rather that you flew up. I'm at the police station.
Wendi, we've been through this 1,000 times. Harvey doesn't fly to Tallahassee unless they let him take control of the aircraft. You know?
And I'm gonna leave soon and be with the boys before they go to bed. They're with Alan and Lynn, and they're totally fine. Yeah, the boys are fine, but they don't know anything yet. In his house, I know. I know. So I just need you to calm down before you get in the car, okay? Okay, so
Yeah, take a Xanax. Take a whole bottle of Xanax, Donna.
and it's evening, so if you want to come here tomorrow, I have a lot of people that'll be here with me, and we'll have a lot of support. So I want you to take your time and just be safe in getting here, but I'd like you to come when you can, okay? Okay, all right. I love you. I think Jane might, I have the car here, but Jane might take me. I'm not gonna be alone, so I have a lot of support, and I'll be fine.
Oh, look, our friend Gary R. has got some more descriptors for Wendi. Contemptible, loathsome, hateful, detestable, reprehensible, abhorrent, abominable, 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 awful, heinous, beyond the paleodious. Okay. Execrable. Okay, put down the thesaurus, Gary. Okay, fucking hell. Repugna. It's repugnant. All right, yeah, we agree with all of those, man. Thanks for pointing them out.
Yeah, if you could just come here, that would be great. He's in the ICU in the hospital.
Can he identify any Cuban-looking gunman with Miami plates in a rental car? Was he able to identify the suspect?
Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Rabid Kangaroo says, such a good point, Metrix, but I don't know what point it was, because I'm a little bit behind in the comments, guys. But thanks, Rabid Kangaroo.
Okay. Love you too. Bye. Mom. Oh.
You did awesome with that call.
Thanks.
You were so stressed out about it and you handled it.
I just wanted you, I talked to Alan, okay? And just because, my suggestion to him, just because we don't know what's going on, was if he goes to the house.
Sorry, my mom might be calling back because she heard me. Mom? You did, yeah. I just wanted to ask if you could just tell Charlie for me. I just don't want to be making calls right now, so if you could just tell.
Yeah, I'm not going to be calling Charlie, okay? Because although I think I'm out of suspicion, I have been in the police station for like 6 hours, and, you know, you never know.
Charlie for me, that would be great. Okay, and just like it's on the news a little bit that there was a shooting on Trescott, and so I'm starting to get a lot of calls, and I'm not going to be answering them unless they're from you. So I would really try not to tell anybody what's going on just yet, just because like he's in the hospital and. Charlie, I talked to Charlie earlier today, obviously before any of this happened. Like I talked to him at like 10 this morning and he said that he was coming to visit you guys this weekend and he had plans and he sounded good. Yeah, just tell him for me and then I'm sure I'll talk to him soon, but I don't want to be on the phone unless I have to right now. Okay? Okay. All right. Love you too. Bye. My mom handled that pretty well. Could you hear her?
I think, because you're a mama, but moms always go in that natural instinct to kind of protect and help and.
I'm waiting to hear from you whenever you can. That's Jean. And she said she's here if I need company or a ride. Do you think she meant here like metaphysically or here like in the lobby?
No, I think I would hope metaphysically. And again, remind me, Jane's the neighbor down the street that oh no, Jane. Okay.
Are you here?
Yeah, I think it sounded like Joanna said she talked to her recently though, right?
I talked with Alan. My recommendation for you tonight, just because we don't know what's going on, is to stay somewhere, possibly. And he said that you are more than welcome to stay at their house. Yeah, so I wanted to let you know that.
Great.
Because I don't want you going home, just because we don't know what's going
I
on.
just am a little scared. So I'd really rather stay.
Yeah.
Are they okay with me being there? Like
Oh,
they don't
yeah,
care
absolutely.
What we're gonna do is, just to cut to the chase, I'm gonna, follow you home, or if you're not well enough, we'll get somebody else to drive your van if you want that.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna get your computer,
Okay.
from the house and
Sure.
everything. And then, so you're not gonna go home by yourself.
Okay.
Just
Well,
for
I'm happy to
provision.
go to the house and I can give you my password and stuff to get into the
Okay.
computer.
And do you want,
I'm
do you
gonna
want me to
pick up some
drive
things.
your van home? He can follow
Can
us.
we do
and-
that? Can
Yeah,
you and I go home and then I'll give you my password and
that's fine.
Yeah, I noticed that, Rabbit. Rabbit says the parents did not even ask, did they catch the shooter? They didn't ask. Yeah, absolutely, they didn't ask. I noticed that. It was, you might think, I mean, even if they were to assume, I think the most natural question would be, who did it? Right? I mean, Wendi did say somewhere on the call, I'm at the police station trying to help them figure out who might have done this. So I guess you could say that it could be inferred from that they haven't caught anybody. And that was pretty early on in the call. So I if it were me on the phone, I'd follow that up with, Like if I was Donna, I'd follow it up with, so they didn't catch whoever it was? Who do you think it was? Was it that Jeff? We always knew there was something wrong with that Jeff. The jealous freak.
You're in law school, right?
I teach at the law school.
So you need this computer, or do you have a backup somewhere?
I mean, I don't imagine I'll be getting much work done.
Right.
No, but
But-
do you need it like next week?
I do.
Depends on how long we keep it.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, obviously this is more important. So if you need my computer, you can have my computer, and I just won't work for a little while. That's all.
Do you have it backed up somewhere?
It's backed up to there's a drive
A hard drive?
into the
External
law
hard drive?
school. No, not an
Oh.
external, but like the law school has a server that,
Okay.
or I don't know.
You can work off of it in the love building or
I
something.
mean, I don't think I'm gonna be going back to
I
work.
understand.
So
Ever. I think I'm done with Tallahassee. Yeah, you got that? Because the only reason I was hanging around is because that fucking weirdo Markel was keeping me here. But now he's gone, so I guess you know, I mean I could stay for the book club and the Tallahassee food trucks, but I think I'm good. It's gonna be sushi and pizza every day from here on out, guys.
you can have my computer if you need it, and I'll figure out what to do. Okay.
You'll get it back.
Okay.
This email to Jeff
And then
on the 14th. I haven't looked at any of that stuff.
yeah,
Um,
I could probably find it for you, like in my. Well, I'm just saying, like if we stop at my house, I can
Yeah.
go to my sent mail and find it for you.
What do you remember what you said?
Basically, just I was kind of vague, but I just said like I'm having a hard time. My head and my heart are saying two different things right now, and I just would really appreciate if I could have a week of no contact from you to figure things out.
Okay.
That's basically it. I mean, you'll see.
But you didn't telegraph anything at yoga.
I
You
mean,
waited till after you got home, right?
he was really like, let's go out tomorrow, let's do this, let's do that. I was having trouble saying no, but I was feeling kind of pressured. And so I just, no, I mean, I'm a little bit on the passive aggressive side. So I was having trouble like with the confrontation.
And then he left and you left separately
Yeah.
from yoga?
Mhm.
Okay. And then that's when you went home and
I
decided.
went home. I actually was having a conversation with a friend who suggested.
Hey, Aaron Gary, thanks so much, man, and thanks for your fantastic Reddit posts the other day. Really appreciate it. It's always nice to see the Metrix name in lights on Reddit, so thank you for that, Aaron. Good to see you.
Suggested the no contact for a week just to get some heads, like just to clear my head. And so I thought it was a good idea, and I wrote on.
But I want to clarify, that's because
That's because I was trying to decide whether to get back together with him.
well, because of the lapse in time from the 28th of June,
That lapse in time was because I was in Miami with my family. So
but it was separation
there was separation, but I was
only for the trip.
24/7 with the kids. I wasn't like, I don't know. I was just in full on mommy mode. I wasn't like thinking of what was going on with Jeff. I kind of wanted to be in Tallahassee and like feel his absence and be here and know like, am I missing Jeff or am I missing having a boyfriend in general? Like, I just wanted to get some clarity for myself.
All right. When you're in Miami or South Florida, I guess Coral Springs, isn't it? When you're down there, are you and Jeff constantly in communication?
And hello, Ramble On. I didn't say hello to you yet. Thank you for coming, Ramble.
This 2-week period, you mean?
The one after?
The one that just happened? We weren't in constant communication. I'd say we were in communication. We talked a few times. Over the 12 days, we talked maybe 3 or 4 times. We texted a little bit. I would tell him something funny the kids did or something. But I honestly didn't have a lot of privacy or time to myself. And so I was feeling sad about what was going on, but I wasn't communicating with him that much.
You're feeling sad about?
Well, I felt like he and I were in a great relationship, and he had done this thing to kind of make it not so great.
How would you describe his actions in Gainesville as far as the coming back from dinner,
Yeah,
going through your phone?
no, that he did like months earlier.
I'm sorry.
So that didn't happen that night. He came back and he was upset, and he said, like, I was asking about this, like every year FSU picks a book for all the freshmen to read, and this year they picked my book, and so I'm giving this speech in August in front of the whole freshman class. And he was like, I was going to wait until your big speech was over in August to tell you this, but like, I just can't like keep it in anymore. Like, I know that you were cheating with Daniel. Like, I know that you were seeing Daniel. And then he just kept talking about it. And the way he was going about it, it just felt very much like he was like, I have evidence. And, you know, it's very kind of legal in a way. And it just seemed, I don't know, like he just didn't trust me. And I was kind of feeling like that was going to be the end of us.
200 people in the stream, Soap. They've all come to see you and listen to you snore. Leave a like on the video if you like Soap's snores, guys. Let's leave some likes for Soap. She counts them all up, you know. She counts them all up and she looks for a 100% rating every day.
Okay, I misunderstood. So he did not go through your phone or anything?
He did previously. He had said to me, like, well, on March 19th, where were you? And I was like, I don't remember what I ate for breakfast. And so he was like, well, when I looked at your agenda book, it said that you were supposed to see Daniel that day. And he's like, and I looked on your phone and like you used to have all your old text messages up, but now you've erased them all. And I was like, I don't know. I just went through my phone and erased stuff sometimes.
He's bringing this up on the 28th.
He brought all this up
Okay.
of like past stuff that had happened since February.
Did he ever show any jealousy or any anger towards Danny, or was it all Daniel?
He was jealous of Daniel. He was not jealous of Danny. He spent a lot of time talking to me through, like, it's been a contentious divorce. I mean, it's been a hard time. And so he would talk to me through things I would be upset about.
Bam Bam says, True Crime Metrix. Have you seen Wendy's speech she did 6 months after Dan's death? You need to see it. You mean the one that she wore that disgusting, ugly dress for? Like she was a keynote speaker or something? I saw a portion of it a while ago and it was awful. I mean, if ever there was a woman who does not have any talent for public speaking on stage, it's Wendi fucking Adelson, right? Dry as a bone. Terrible, awful, so boring I couldn't even get through it. But if you have a link, Bam Bam, post it in the comments, because maybe we should have a look at it all together. Like I said, I only watched a few minutes of it, and then I never felt compelled to search for it again. But if you have a link, Bam Bam, I'd love for you to share that.
Sorry, it's gonna happen now, I guess. So, I mean, he's a therapist, so he would sit and let me talk.
Oh, sorry. Let's just have a quick look at our poll, guys. You see, I am absolutely blown away. Okay, the question was Wendi signaling Donna through the use of her charge card? So was Donna Adelson sitting in Miami, logged in to Wendi Adelson's online banking, looking for a certain purchase to be made that had been confirmed, defined as a code for the hit being done or not done or something, right? So like if I pay for gas on the charge card, it means this, or if I pay for the bullet bourbon on the charge card, it means this. Leaving a digital record of Donna Adelson being logged into her daughter's record to her daughter's online banking in Miami on that very important day. Any other number of methods to signaling that are less complicated, less digital record leaving, and, a text. Everything else was done by text. I mean, why the fuck would this, 40% of you now think that happened? Listen, guys, what are you smoking? Please. How many people? 67 votes. So what's 40% of 67? Well, it's about 26. 26 people think that happened. Please, you 26 people, come over to the Discord. I'm going to put the link in the chat myself right now because I am just stunned. And it's okay. It's good to have different opinions. But I just really want to understand yours. So please come to the Discord. It's free. It's a community. And there's a lot of chatting going in about this case and all sorts of other cases and everything. So it's a good place to join anyway. But after the show tonight, come and find me on there. And just, I just want a constructive conversation about what it is that makes you believe that Wendi was signaling Donna Adelson through the use of her charge card while Donna was logged into Wendy's bank account from Miami. I'd be really curious to know why it is that you believe that, genuinely. And like I said, if I've got a different opinion to yours, that's fine. I don't need to change your opinion. It's it just helps me understand what the fuck is going on, because I'm amazed that over 20 people have voted for that. Amazed. Yeah, Discord link. It's in the chat there.
Talk for long periods of time about how sad I was about certain things or how upset I was about certain things. And he would just listen and offer ideas of like, well, what if you tried like.
Hey, thanks so much, C. Malone, for the super chat. C. Malone says, Isim is my main inspiration in life. Hashtag Isim proud. Absolutely. The next time you see a giant bowl of 3-layer traditional English trifle, C. Malone, I want you to walk over to it, lift it to your mouth, and just guzzle the whole thing down until you can hold the bowl over your head upside down without anything dropping on you, because it's all been consumed. He is an inspiration. I would love to spend a whole holiday weekend with General Isim, go into a car museum, maybe a trip to the track, or just a road trip. Did everyone see our where did we post that? Oh, I think it's on Facebook, right? We'll have a look at this. Isim's map. Isim's very nice map. Where is it? Da, 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 da. So see this one here, guys. So this is General Isim. When during retirement, when General Isim finally does that big road trip through the United States, this is the map he uses, guys. This is actually the map that he prints out and has in the car with him. Okay. Where do you think he'd like to go most? I'd love to see him after leaving Colorado. Huh? That'll be funny. Yeah. I just want to get this framed and send General Isim a copy of this, for his for the mantelpiece above his fireplace or something. Prime location. Anyway, back to the show.
If it upsets you that you hear from him so often, we have a parenting coordinator. Like, what if you ask the parenting coordinator to only have emails from him like twice?
Hey, thanks so much for the super chat, Riding Shotgun. 8 days to jury selection. Join all the chatter in Discord. Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. Aside from this issue with the charge card that I'd love to hear people's opinions about, genuinely, we've got 8 days till jury selection, guys. There's a lot to be discussed. So come over to the Discord. Link in the description or somewhere in the comments as well.
Twice a week instead of all day long every day, 5 days a week. Like he would listen and say, I'm so sorry you're going through this, and then offer alternatives. But he was never like, I'm so pissed, or, he wasn't.
He never showed emotion towards any of this.
I mean, in the sense of like, I'm so sorry for you. Like, this sounds really hard. I'm sorry you're dealing with this. He would hold me, you know, that kind of stuff. But not like, I'm so angry.
Did he ever meet Dan?
Okay, Rabbit. Listen. Rabbit says this case is conspiracy and communication between each. Throwaway phones, WhatsApp, banking transactions. I thought it was a creative idea to try to think through communication and kinds. Okay, yeah, I agree, Rabbit. It is a creative idea, a little too creative. And I think that this is something that's quite dangerous, which is happening with this case a lot more and more and more. I see on other channels is that people are going mad with this creativity. The case is interesting enough. We don't need to embellish it with fantasy James Bond style charge card communication codes. That is so like over the top. There's no need for it. There's no need for it at all. What would be the additional value to Wendi sending a code to Donna, who she's been on the phone with anyway, that she texts all the time anyway? What would be the additional benefit to doing it through a charge card? Donna's logged into our online banking. Then look at the negatives. Well, there's a digital fucking record, right? I mean, it's way over the top. It's fantasy, it's James Bond, and people are confusing the case, right? Some of the stuff I hear on other channels, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, too much. There is enough real stuff in this case to deal with. It's you know, people say it's justice for Dan Markel. You know, people are getting way too creative, and it's creating a fucking cloud of nebulousness around true facts that are verifiable. We can all have fun and go into a world of fantasy and say yes, yes, and maybe if she filled up with you know, whatever, or she went to buy a piece of gum and spearmint meant that Dan Markel was in custody. You know, or ocean breeze, mountain breeze. It's just fuck off with this shit. Not you, Rabbit. Just people getting overexcited with this creativity. It is too much, and I think it's damaging the case. So that's my opinion.
Danny?
Yeah, he met him a few times. Sometimes Danny would be late to pick up the kids, and there'd be like an overlap where Jeff would come, and so he had met him. There was like the boys sang at the Capitol one time, and Danny was there, and Jeff was there, and Danny seemed. I mean,
Yeah, Rabbit. There's the door, man. See you later.
I'm sure it's not fun to see your ex-wife with someone new, but Danny he was very pleasant and very fine about it. He was really appropriate. And Jeff was like, you know, they'd say, hey, you know, they wouldn't really like make a lot of small talk, but fine.
Had Jeff ever been to your former house on Trescott?
No,
Would he have any reason to go there?
no.
Does he know where?
I think he would know where it is because I would sometimes take Trescott and sometimes not, kind of depending. Like if I knew the kids were there and I thought I might have the chance of like running into them, then I didn't take Trescott. If it was like nighttime and we were driving back from somewhere, sometimes I would take Trescott and I would be like, there's my former home. You know, like it's, you know, I would point it out.
With him in the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember like a specific instance in which I did that, but I'm sure that would be something I'd say like, wow, that was my house. Like, isn't it pretty? Or, you know.
So you never took him there specifically to pick up the kids or
No.
exchange anything or
Mm-mm.
anything along those lines?
No.
Sophia Constantinidis asks, how did Katie know? Katie knew through Charlie, who knew through Wendi, or through Donna through Wendi, right? Someone asked me the other day if Wendi would have sent a text message or a WhatsApp message to Katie directly to say the hit was done? The answer to that is an obvious no. Yeah. If what Luis Rivera reported is true, that when Sigfredo called Katie and said it's done, and Luis, heard Katie say to Sigfredo, I know, and assuming that that wasn't like an assumption, I know, because he was calling, she assumed that the hit had been done. No, I believe she had received confirmation. I think she would have been probably sat with Charlie, who got the information through Donna or through Wendi directly. You know, it's a pretty easy one.
What was the most recent time?
Yeah, or maybe Wendi sent a charge card to the Katie McBannon. Oh, fuck off. Enough with this shit, man. Rabbit, sorry to lose you, but you've been saying some, it's just been a bit much recently, Rabbit, okay? So appreciate you being here for as long as you have. But, if you want to be really oversensitive about good points that are made, that's a matter for you.
From now, the most recent past time that you had this discussion about the trials and tribulations of your ex-husband and so forth with Jeff?
It was all the time.
All the time. Okay.
I can't pin down a date, but I'm trying to think of like what the most recent issue would be. I haven't talked to Jeff all week, so it wasn't now.
You didn't talk to him since Monday night, and
Not
you
since
emailed him with
Monday.
no response after that.
Yeah, so it wasn't this week. But
Old Pueblo, what do I think? What do I really think about what, friend? About what? I mean, I think a lot. I mean, I'm about to drop this big theory onto the channel soon that I've been working on for a while now, and I've been working on it so much that it just becomes clearer and clearer and clearer. And as far as I know, it's never been discussed before. It's nothing totally obscure. It's just a few of these strange details that have slipped through the net and basically been assumed and never questioned. But now they have been questioned by me, and answers have been found. There's a lot of supporting information to this theory. And also what is noted is the complete absence of any evidence to contradict the theory. So it's a pretty good one, and I'll be dropping that on the channel hopefully this week. But if you mean something specific, Pueblo, when you say Metrix, what do you really think? Well, about what?
I'm trying to think of what it. I mean, there are always things like when he first started dating Amy, he would Skype from bed with Amy, and so I would talk to him about that. Of like, I don't think this is that appropriate. Like he's Skyping, from bed. You and I would never do that. But I think that was more like a month ago. What was the last?
Just wondered if there was anything recently that kind of
There was nothing
sparked.
like a huge thing of like, oh, I can't believe he did X, Y, or Z. And in fact, I feel like we were trying to figure out the school decision this week, but that happened. I got the call like on Tuesday or Wednesday, so Jeff didn't even know about that. I honestly can't think of a.
Right. Did you have a contact person at this prospective school for one of your kids? Who was that?
Danny and I both talked to her. So it's a woman named Erin Lombardo. I think she might be the assistant principal there. So
what's the name of the school?
It's the School of Arts and Sciences.
Okay.
It's a charter school in town, and I had put in an application for Ben, and he got picked from the lottery to go. And so they called. I can find when they called. I think they probably called Monday. I can't actually remember what day. They called at some point this week, maybe Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday maybe. And then Danny and I were trying to figure out whether this was a good option for him. And so what night did I was at work on Thursday morning. So I talked to Erin Lombardo Thursday morning, and she said that she'd had a lengthy conversation with Danny the night before. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, you have to do this twice. And she was like, I'm used to blended families, it's okay. And so he had a long conversation with her Wednesday night. I had a long conversation with her Thursday morning.
This past.
Erin, yesterday.
All right. You did a note to yourself referring to something about, if you want to look it up on your phone, I was.
I think I had to buy super glue.
No, it was before that. It was to JRL, or as in reference to JRL as a note to yourself.
Mm-hmm. What did I say?
He said, I can't remember what exactly it said. Something to the effect of.
Note like in the notes?
Yeah, you have a note thing or a date book thing or something.
Yeah. I don't see it. I don't see a JRL thing. But okay.
And do you refer to? Do you ever type anything?
Jeff. That's Jeff.
Do you refer to it as JRL?
Sometimes when I write his name down, just because I have other friends named Jeff. So.
Okay, I'll have to look. I'll have to go get it.
Yeah.
If I'll see what exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to check on that reference.
I'm running out of juice.
Do you drink soda? I can see if you can find like a Diet Coke or something. Or
I meant juice on the phone.
oh, okay. I thought you were like running out of juice and like.
I sure am.
I'm running out of juice. Do you need a Diet Coke or something?
Oh man, God. She's put her foot in it again, this victim advocate.
Getting some emails.
Is Jane still here, or did she?
No, I think she meant metaphor.
Okay.
Oh my God. Well, my parents sounded really surprised, so it's at least a relief. I was trying to think of who would be angry enough to do something to him. My parents would be angry, but they're not capable of this.
My parents sounded really surprised, so that's at least a relief.
Yeah, because that's totally not weird thing to say at all, right?
Thank God.
Thank God. It wasn't them. It definitely wasn't them, because they were so surprised. They were so surprised. You know, Harvey's reversing out of the garage right now, the fucking 40 miles an hour down the driveway. Let's go. You got the money? We've got to drop off the money and then get to Tallahassee.
I really couldn't handle that right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really couldn't handle it if my parents killed the father of my kids. Right now. I couldn't handle it right now because it's been a rough day. I mean, if they'd got me on a Monday morning when I'm at my best.
Can I ask Robin why Jimmy needs to talk to me, or just leave it alone? Leave it alone.
I can't.
I know.
I hate to advise on kind of those like legal situations.
Oh, here. I mean, this is Lisa Frank, just like a friend of mine. I just read that there was a shooting on Trescott today. I hope you and the boys are safe. It's weird though. It's like, I guess the reaction is they're worried like that Danny did something, right? Because otherwise they know Lisa knows I don't live on Trescott. So I don't know. Wait, Jane is on her way to TPD, but I don't need her here, right? Because I'm going to Allen's.
I think from my read when Joanna came in here, that someone was going to drive you and Joanna was going to drive your car at the last step to kind of, so that way your car would be somewhere safe.
Okay.
But maybe something has changed because things have to change a lot.
Okay. I'll just leave her here for the minute.
And I think, you know what, your friends want to be here for you, and if things change, they're flexible, especially if she's a social worker.
Yeah.
To flexibility.
So. God, I have so many social workers in my life. Jeff sounds crazy when I talk about him like this.
I don't think so.
I really hope he didn't do this.
Is there something that would make you feel like he would be capable of something? Because you said
Who is capable of doing something like this?
Who is capable? We've already established it wasn't my parents. I mean, and I hope it wasn't Jeff. Because that would be crazy if it was Jeff. I mean, it was creepy. When I looked at his picture, it looked like a weird mugshot. Did you see what I mean? It looked like a mugshot. Because he has a criminal face. He has a big criminal face. Oh, and the victim advocate. This is what I like about Sarah. You know, her instincts were spot on. Her confidence lacked. She should not have been in this room going up against this woman, Wendi Adelson. She is an operator. She is a slick, dangerous operator. You know, they should have sent me in. They should have sent me and Neverly in to be the victim advocates in this case. We'd have sorted it right out. She'd have been in cuffs in minute 1. You know? But Sarah, bless her. Anyway, her instincts are right though. She's asking questions when Wendy's like, "Oh, I really hope Jeff didn't do this. Oh, I hope it wasn't him, but he has that criminal face. You saw his picture. It looked like a weird mugshot, that picture. It must have been him. Who could do this?" Victim advocate again doesn't really play into Wendy's game. You know, she confronts, she questions. I don't know if you'd call it object, but she pokes just softly. Is there something that would make you think he would be capable of this?
Jeff sounds crazy when I talk about him like this.
I don't think so.
I love that answer, Sarah. That's her number one answer. Jeff sounds crazy when I talk about him like this. He sounds like a jealous freak, you know, that kind of jealous freak that can't get over the relationship, so he had to do something rash and dramatic, like kill Professor Markel. He sounds crazy, and the criminal face. The victim advocate's like, I don't think so.
Social worker, used to flexibility.
Thank
So
God I have so many social workers in my life. Jeff sounds crazy when I talk about him like this.
I don't think so.
I really hope he didn't do this.
Is there something that would make you feel like he would be capable of something? Because you said
Who is capable?
Frogazan says, wait, what? Was Wendi asked to take a polygraph? Think I'm missing something, lol. No, she wasn't asked to take a polygraph, but what would be the fucking point of that? You know, polygraphs are nothing but a prop. Wendi knows that. There is no such thing as a reliable lie detector. That's why they're not admissible as evidence. They're a prop for police to use to undermine the confidence in a suspect's own believability of their own story, right? They're designed to make a suspect think that resistance is futile and they might as well confess. And Wendi knows that. So she wouldn't have taken one if it was offered. It can't. It's not going to be mandatory, and it's not as admissible in court. So I don't know why she would be offered one. Oh.
Capable of doing something like this. I don't know anyone that, like, I represent victims of trafficking, but like I don't know the traffickers. And like I don't spend time with them. And so in my mind, like someone who's capable of like extinguishing a human life or like thinking someone else's life is less than theirs, like I work with the victims who have been thought as less than human, but not with the people who think that's okay.
Just sorry, guys. I was thinking about something else, and I just need to hear this again because this again
The victim advocate says, is there something that makes you think Jeff would be capable? And she says it with an air of, because I haven't heard anything that makes that Jeff seem like he would be capable, despite his criminal face in his mugshot-like picture.
Well, something because you said most of flexibility.
And Wendi goes on this total non sequitur about how she works with the victims and doesn't meet the traffickers and therefore wouldn't be able to judge what a criminal would be like. That's the essence of what she's trying to put forward, right? That she doesn't have an opinion about whether it could have been Jeff, because she only works with the victims of trafficking, not the traffickers, which is just ridiculous. Listen to this.
God, I have so many social workers in my life. Jeff sounds crazy when I talk about him like this.
I don't think so.
I really hope he didn't do this.
Is there something that would make you feel like he would be capable of something? Because you said
Who is capable of doing something like this? I don't know anyone that, like, I represent victims of trafficking, but, like, I don't know the traffickers. And, like, I don't spend time with them. And so in my mind, like, someone who's capable of, like, extinguishing a human life or, like, thinking someone else's life is less than theirs, like, I work with the victims who have been thought as less than human, but not with the people who think that's okay.
You can look at
That made zero sense. All that I can imagine that she was trying to say in answering the victim advocate Sarah her question of, is there something that would make you think Jeff would be capable? All that I can imagine Wendi was trying to say is, I don't know, because I've never met a criminal, because I only work with the victims. So I can tell Jeff is definitely not a victim, and I can tell that I definitely am. But I don't know what a criminal would be like. I mean, it's ridiculous. She's a fucking lawyer. She's a seriously trained attorney with a clerkship, blah, blah, blah. Does anyone want to see Jane's interview quickly? Someone just mentioned Jane. I think it was our new best bud, Aaron. Yeah, someone sent us Jane's interview today. Let's just do, because we haven't got much more to get through, guys. Only 20 minutes or so. But for now, we'll just have a quick look at Jane's interview.
Well, imagine, if you will, 1 million human bones stacked up on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. That site is actually going to be seen in the Washington, D.C. area sometime in June. And here to tell us all about something called the Imagine 1 Million Human Bones is Jane McPherson of FSU's College of Social.
There she is. How strange is that? She comes across very different, but I don't know. Can I get some comments on her ensemble, please? I'm thinking a yellow-green top with a dark suit doesn't go well with red fingernails. What is that? Is that a thing? It just seems like a bit of a color clash to me.
Work. How you doing today?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me.
Good to have you here. And this is kind of a stunning thing to hear. And can you tell us a little bit about what the reason is for this that we're talking about, and how this really ties into locally what is happening at FSU this weekend, right?
Okay. Well, it is a stunning reality. There is ongoing mass violence and genocide in the world. And the purpose of this project is to call attention. And the way we've been working through the College of Social Work and through many students at FSU is to get out into the community, to get folks making bones, ages 3 to 93 for the past year or so. Right. We've raised $22,000 locally for survivors of mass violence. And we will be creating an installation, a very large installation of all these bones on FSU campus on Saturday.
Okay. Well, let's take a look here if we can.
Sure.
These are some of the replicas, I guess, that have been made. Is that right?
That's correct.
Around, and so you mentioned that people from the ages of 3 all the way through have done this. And so what is the reaction when?
One thing that's quite funny about this interview is that she breaks the fourth wall multiple times. You know what I mean? She looks at the camera. You're not supposed to do that when you're on TV. You know?
I guess that have been made. Is
Right.
that right?
That's correct.
Around and so you
Look. Don't connect with the viewer. It's like 3 or 4 times she does this. I don't know what it is about her. She's just loving being on TV. And why is she wearing a sheriff's badge? Oh, why has she got a sheriff's badge on her lapel? She's been deputized by TPD. Isim says, man, we should have you in every interview.
So you mentioned that people from the ages of 3 all the way through
Yep.
Have done this. And so what is the reaction among the people who are taking part in this project, especially maybe some of the younger ones?
Well, of course, we tailor the message for the age of the person. For young kids, what they understand is by making these bones, they're helping somebody, because the money that has been donated to this project is through Students Rebuild. So they actually give $1 to CARE for every bone we make. So we don't have to generate money from folks. So when a child makes a pile of bones, she has also made a pile of money to help a child somewhere across the world.
Right.
Most of the money that we've raised goes to Congo and Somalia right now.
Tell me about, in general, the genocide that's going on around.
Oh, look at this. Brian Faircloth. Do you really think that was it, Brian? They're just trying to stress me out with the poll. Those 26 people that voted that it was a charge card. Maybe that's it. Listen, if anyone stands by that opinion that Wendi was signaling Donna, confirm it in the comments, because I think you were all just fucking with me, right? Yeah. That makes sense, Brian. Thank you. The world makes sense to me again. Jesus Christ.
Around the world right now. Is this something that we're seeing shrinking and becoming less and less of a problem, or is this something that's really kind of exploding?
Well, it does seem to be a part of human nature. Certainly what we'll be doing at FSU on Saturday between 2:30 and 4 with over 100 students will be small installations that represent 6 places where violence is underway: Congo, Somalia, Burma, Mali, Syria. These countries are experiencing mass violence right now. And when we go to Washington with all million bones, there will be a policy ask where we'll be asking our government to intervene or change the way we work in some way.
Well, if people want to get involved with this, I wish we had a lot more time. We are out of time right now, but if they want to get involved and get in contact with you guys.
Well, please, if you'd like to contact us, get on our Facebook page. It's 1 Million Bones Florida.
Jane, you're not presenting. The presenter asked you a question. You answer him, please. Don't speak to the camera. It's not your show, Jane.
Florida.
She's drunk, isn't she? That's what it is.
Also, 1 Million Bones, the National Project.
She thinks that he's the guest.
We'll hook you up with an ability to join us and volunteer in Washington from June 6th to 8th.
And they can show up at FSU what time Saturday?
2:30 Saturday afternoon. We'd love to have you.
All right, Jane, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll be right back.
Yeah, so that was Jane, guys. Oh, she's funny.
It's kind of hard to see here because it's printed sideways. Do you think there is insecurity that has nothing
Chartreuse green, yeah, ugly color, Neverly. Chartreuse, like absinthe, right?
to do with something?
Is this like a
It's a calendar.
Trust Jane to have an alcohol-colored shirt. A really strong alcohol-colored shirt.
It's telling you to talk to JRL.
Okay, yeah. So I have been talking to friends this week about like what to do about Jeff, whether to get back together with him. And yesterday I talked to my friend Joey, who had some ideas. And so I put that in my calendar for Monday.
We've got to get Joey on the stand. What were Joey's ideas? Well, you could break up, or you could get back together. You know, what else is there?
What were Joey's ideas? I think I've had some ideas, Wendi. What were these ideas, these fantastic Joey ideas?
Because that'll have been a week since I've not talked to him. So I put it in to remind myself, like, okay, now it's been a week, and of like to ask him these questions. Like, these are the things I was thinking about and things I want to talk to him about.
And when you're referring to this, you're saying Daniel, not Danny.
Daniel Sack.
Right. That's who you're saying his aggression or his jealousy, however you want to talk about, however you want to describe it, is towards Daniel Sack.
Because Jeff really felt like, it's all about Daniel Sack, because Jeff just felt like everything was fine now that Daniel has moved to Amherst, and I kind of felt like if you're going to be insecure, it's going to be someone else some other time, but it's not just Daniel, that it's like something going on.
But this has never happened. This is for next.
This is my calendar for Monday I'm writing down things to.
Yeah, it's all Jeff's fault. He's got issues. He thinks that Wendy's it wasn't just one guy, was it? It was like 10 or 20 guys that she cheated on him with.
Talk to him about.
Okay.
Makes me sound like a total weirdo.
No, that's fine. I just was curious because I saw Daniel, and I know you told me it's to you to.
Wendi, you need no help sounding like a total weirdo. Okay, that's thrown in for free.
Well, because I dated him, and it's like, and he goes by Danny. Like anyone who's friends with him, nobody calls him Daniel. Okay. I mean, it's just his given name, but there's not a person on earth that calls him that knows him. So he goes by Dan or Danny, and his niece and nephew call him Bo. A lot of the family calls him Bo as a nickname. Right. But Daniel Sack is Daniel Sack.
Okay. Yeah. All right. When's the last time you talked to Daniel Sack?
I talked to him this week.
Okay. Everything's fine with him?
Yeah, he's living in Massachusetts. He's happy.
Okay.
We had a nice chat.
Okay.
I mean, he's my friend, and
all right.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna get ready to leave here just a minute.
Great.
And I think we determined that.
I'm gonna go to my house. I'll give you my computer.
Right. And passcode or whatever. Yeah. And then from there you're gonna go to the friend's house.
Mm-hmm. I'll pack a bag and we'll go. Okay, so Joanna is gonna come with us.
Yeah.
I think my friend Jane is outside. She said she's parked outside TPD in case I need her. So we can tell her, I guess, that Jane that was here.
McPherson?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That I don't need her, I guess. I mean, she can come with, but
I don't.
Jane has fully fulfilled her role. Okay, we're never going to see Jane again. Okay, she came in, she spray painted Lacasse's name on the wall with a big arrow that said "jealous thug," and that was it. Right? She can go.
I mean, we just want to make sure you get someplace that you're comfortable, and you've already told me enough reasons that you feel like that maybe whoever did this.
I don't want to go home.
Right. So we're going home just to get the clothing, the computer, and then we can get you onto the.
Oh yeah, kosher style. I think we all know a Wendi somewhere in our lives, but thankfully, none of us will ever meet one that is at this level. This level is rare, right? This is an extreme case, you know, but close. Definitely close.
Okay.
I can't remember their names now.
Alan and Lynn.
Right.
They live really close to me.
Okay.
You look like you've had a long day.
I have. Okay, so we'll be getting ready to go in just a minute, okay?
Okay, well, I don't have a lot of stuff to take with me. Can I throw out the tissues in the trash can?
Yeah, but we're not there yet. I just wanted to.
I'll get a trash can for you before you go, don't worry.
Okay, because I'm making some.
Yeah, I don't want anyone else to notice the complete absence of moisture on these tissues. My props.
Do you want me to go with you on any of this?
You're really sweet. I'm okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not.
What did I say last time when we watched this? That line is like the guy who goes up to a girl in the club who's totally out of his league and says, "Hey, do you want to get out of here tonight? Maybe maybe go back to my place? And the girl's just like, oh, you're really sweet. I'm okay. For what? What for what?
I'm gonna call you to check. Do you want me to go with you on any of this?
You're really sweet. I'm okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not.
I'm gonna call you to check.
I'm most definitely not okay. But
I'm on call this weekend.
Most definitely not okay. In fact, my cheekbones are really hurting because all of this maniacal grinning that I've been doing for the past 3 hours.
I'm gonna give you my number. I'm gonna give you my cell phone, and I'm available. Okay.
I just I have.
Now the guy in the club's like saying, yeah, okay. Well, I will just give you my my cell phone number, and I am available. The girl's like, okay, good.
Friends, and I don't really.
That's good. And you know, friends will know more than I hope. But you might have questions that come up.
No, I mean, there's a lot that you can answer, and I'm sorry. I can't believe this is happening.
See, Wendy's like out the door in her mind already now. She's throwing away the tissues, putting the phone in the bag. You know, it's done. Okay, Jane can go. We're going to Lynn and Alan's to, you know, not tell the boys. I bet there's no way she told the boys. She acted like everything was completely normal. Put the boys to bed, open the bullet bourbon, have a heavy drink. You know.
And I'm sorry this is happening.
God, everyone's sorry this is happening. You know, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else. He hurt their daughter, but listening to my mom just like cry and be horrified on the phone and be like, "Okay," and she sounded like
That's horrible. And normal, good-hearted people don't wish
nobody would.
things like this to happen. You know, like you might say like, I get frustrated. You might be like, I hate someone, but you don't ever saying stuff out of emotion isn't something you really want sometimes to happen.
This is a very strange day.
Hey, thank you so much, Leslie B, for the coffees, who just bought us 3 cups on buymeacoffee.com. Thank you so much, Leslie.
Using the word strange is very kind of you, because you could use a lot of other explicitives to probably describe today.
And Leslie is one of our fans that will be attending Donna's trial in person. You're going to have to give us some updates on that, Leslie. It's just such a shame I can't make it over the Atlantic this time, but we'll be there for Wendi, for sure.
For yourself.
I want to write Renee just because if there's any way I could. It's so strange that she's here today of all days.
Yeah, isn't that strange? Renee, the person that you'd really like to get a hug from, just happens to be here of all days. Serendipitous event or elaborate plan?
Going for like a Title IX position or something like that at Florida State.
It's not a Title IX. It's actually like a social entrepreneurship position. I call the wrong number.
Hey, Derek, good to see you, man, and thanks for liking the video. Any of you other freeloaders have forgotten, leave a like on the video.
Or maybe she's lost her cell phone. She's run out of money. I can't even like.
No, you're okay. I'm sorry. I'm asking you. You're relevant.
Renee is. Yeah. Hopefully that'll work. It's really messed up that people are worried when they hear gunshots on Trescott that they think like something happened to me. I guess it makes sense. It's divorce and people do crazy things.
I guess it makes sense. It's a divorce and people do crazy things. Again, these fuckers, they love to just describe themselves but change the referral, right? So Wendi will, like, I'm trying to think of another example. You know, because she's describing herself. It's a divorce and people do crazy things.
but she's reapplying it to Markel instead of she's her description, but she's saying it about him. That's very common. I'm sure many of you have seen people do that.
I really would like to get out of here.
Very soon.
I'm sure you would too.
I know. And I'm on call this weekend, so.
Yeah, it's a really hard job.
It is, but
Yeah.
you know, it's something I think's needed, and somehow I'm able to do it. And I don't know if it'll be my forever, but it's.
I think it's probably got a lot of burnout. It'd be hard to do this. My stomach really hurts.
Just those little things too to keep in mind when you're kind of going through the motions, because that's what you're probably going to be doing the next few days.
To eat. When they're like, you need your work computer, I'm like, work. Take my computer. There's nothing on it you're gonna find that's gonna. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's something they'll find that's useful, but.
Well, you know, they're used to thinking. A lot of times things will happen like burglaries, or they deal with suspects who aren't cooperative and don't, you know, they're like, give my stuff back. And
Yeah.
the main thing, your parents will get here.
Yeah.
Focus on the boys.
I will.
Meet them where they're at. Maybe talk to your friends at a, did you say psychologist? Oh, psychiatrist.
Child psychiatrist.
She might have some good pointers, but you know, I always say meet kids where they're at. Be honest. Let them know, you know, when you're sad, if they get sad, if they see people around them that are sad, that's okay, you know, because people are going to be upset.
It's Sarah.
Yes. And I'll give you my card and write down my number too for you.
I was calling him General. I mean, I just am not okay.
Hey, that's all right, Wendy. You've given us all a gift. That's the one good thing that's come out of you, Wendy, is now we all call him General Isim. You know, that is the only good thing you've ever done in your life. We all call him General Isim. And I hope you all call him General Isim on other people's channels, guys. I do see that around here and there, but don't be shy. You know, reapply it, use it elsewhere. But it started here.
Well, this is a traumatic experience, and your brain's going to kind of process the stuff differently. So,
Is it good? Like, should I be taking the kids to school when Monday comes around? Like, is it good to have like a routine for them?
I mean, it's up to you if you want to keep that.
Yeah, it's going to be a good routine for the kids, Wendy. What are you talking about? They'll wake up at grandma's house and, you know, go to the swings. And then you'll pick them up and take them to a sushi restaurant and then drop them off back at grandma's house. You know, so it's good to have a routine, you know?
And yeah,
Well, I say it, and now I'm like, I don't want those kids away from me. Like, what if there's like a deranged gunman in town? Like,
and I'm hoping as the weekend and time kind of goes on.
Don't worry about that, Wendy. He's in Tennessee. Crazy Jeff is all the way in Tennessee. That's like, what, 3 states away.
Hopefully the police department will be able to give you some more information, you know. And this is just a basic kind of how a criminal investigation works. They may know more than they're telling you, but they don't disclose much because if it gets out to someone who tells someone who tells someone, and
yeah,
it
and
gets
of
back
course,
to
I'm gonna tell a friend, and they're gonna be like,
right,
because I need to talk to someone. And
right. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. So you know, it can be frustrating sometimes dealing with us because you're like, well, what are you doing? Why haven't you told me this or that? And it's kind of all to protect the integrity of the case.
I know.
So,
I just, as he was driving me here, I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, I wonder if I could be like framed for something. Like if I didn't do something, but I'm still.
Framed for what, Wendy? Framed for what, Wendy? General Isim didn't tell you anything about what's going on, but while you were being driven to the police station, you were wondering if you could be framed for something. I mean, if we're to assume that Wendy just submitted and Isim said to her, Miss Adelson, here's my badge, Tallahassee Police Department, I need you to come with me, I can't discuss it. And we're to believe that she just said, oh, okay, I'll get in your car, without asking any questions. I mean, that seems to be what happened, but would that happen in real life? If she didn't know what it was about, I'd demand answers immediately. I'd be like, fuck you, copper. I'm not going no place, copper. You cuff me or you tell me what the hell is going on. Where are my kids? You know, in that situation, I'd assume that there hadn't been a crime, or that maybe something happened to my parents. Why would she be thinking about being framed at that point?
I'm gonna end up in
Of course, we know why, right?
jail.
I mean, that's your attorney mind probably thinking, but you've been more than forthcoming with information and you're doing everything you can to help.
I can't imagine who would do this.
It was jealous Jeff, Wendy.
I can't
Jane told us it was jealous Jeff.
imagine that Jeff would do this. I see why he's a good suspect. And Jane thought of him right away, but I didn't. I don't know why that is. I wasn't trying to be protective of him. I even thought of my own family.
Maybe you weren't really thinking of him at all right now in your brain.
Mhm. I feel like a fierce mama cat right now. Like I just want to get to my boys, and I know they're fine with Alan and Lynn. Like, and I
Point
think
that you want to hold them and
oh
see
my
that they're
God.
okay.
I can see you as a fierce viper. I don't know about mama cat though, Wendy.
With your own eyes, and
Yeah, I really need to be with them. Well, I tell him I can't see it. I don't want to. Okay, so we think like Danny's not waking up. Like, is that? That's the
Yeah,
thing. And
that's
like,
the
I
one.
don't want to tell my kids that their father is gone if
well,
he's not. Like, I don't want to have
do
that.
you think you can be around them tonight without maybe disclosing to them?
I do.
Then maybe it's something you could just wait till the morning till you know a little bit more
Yeah.
certainty.
Is somebody going to tell me? Like, if he doesn't make it and it's like official, is someone going to?
What? I mean, I'll know because they'll notify me because then as when incidents like this happen, they'll have to do an autopsy and things like that. So I can ask the investigator to let me know when they get, because they'll have to notify the
They'll
police.
figure this out, right? They'll figure out who did this.
That will be their goal, and that they
There
figure
are-
it out.
There are unsolved crimes, aren't there?
I mean, there's always unsolved crimes, but I would say these guys that work.
There are unsolved crimes, aren't there? Could we make this one of those crimes? Could we just, sort of say, well, we don't know. Isim covered himself in custard, got custard all over the evidence, and we may never know who killed Professor Markel.
Here are really good. They're going to be working really hard, probably throughout tonight
I
into
don't
the
seem to be
weekend.
worried about my safety. Why is that? I'm not saying they're like they don't care about me, but they don't seem to be worried about.
Probably because there's, from whatever they're looking at, there's not any indications as of yet, and I think they're taking the good precautionary measures to say.
Let's stay at home.
And it's good for you anyway to have support.
I will like. I have an alarm system, right? I just don't necessarily like. I got the alarm because my parents were like, "You're a single woman that lives with 2 kids. Like, you should have an alarm." I just don't think they're that useful. Like, I think by the time they call to be like, "Hey, was there?" I feel like it's always too late.
Well, and I think it's good for you tonight to just stay somewhere, and if
I'd rather
anything,
be with
have
Alan
support
Yeah.
and kind of a little bit of a distraction.
What does that mean? It's not like that the alarm needs to get. It's an alarm. It creates a big noise and attention on your house. And if it goes on for too long, you have neighbors. You don't live in the middle of nowhere. People look at the house. And if someone's in the commission of a crime, they scatter, usually. It's a deterrent.
It'd be nice just not to worry about like, I don't know, I'm just picturing like getting up and trying to like, the kids being like, they're 3.5 and 5, right? Like they'll wanna eat ice cream or do whatever, and like I don't have that.
I just imagine crazy, jealous Jeff pounding on the door, kicking it in, and the alarm's going off, but he doesn't care. He's coming in, and even Even when he's in the house, he's just walking around every room methodically looking for the boys and Wendy with a gun, and the alarm won't stop jealous Jeff.
The energy to like impose any restrictions
Right.
now.
And then, it's difficult time. They might not need those restrictions.
Yeah, she's going to have a party with these kids. It's going to be silly string all over the grave of Professor Markel.
And
To help them cope.
Smart kids.
but I think, if you think you'd be comfortable tonight, just kind of waiting to see. I do.
You think that makes sense? Like, not just because I am still not.
Well, because this is. I would say maybe yes, it would make a little bit of sense, and talk it over with your family and friends. But the thing is, because then if not, you're gonna have to tell them something along the lines that he's seriously hurt. You can't see him, and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And that might, and then you're gonna have to come back and be like, oh, well, actually,
What do you tell your children when their father was murdered? It's not like Daddy had cancer and he's sick and he's he's around for a long time.
I don't think you tell them all that right away. And
No.
again, I'm not, I don't work with children very often.
Oh.
But I would tell them, just that, he was really hurt.
I don't work with children very often, but I was recently a child myself. A few short years ago.
And he had to either, go to heaven, whatever kind of concept that they have on that.
I said, I don't know how much they get this. But he was fine, he was healthy, he was strong. It's not like he was sick and they saw him get sick.
Well, and that's why you said he was hurt, because, and I know they don't understand this, but think of this, he could have gotten in a traffic crash or something.
I have questions though, and I don't want to lie to them.
And you don't.
I don't want to say he was hurt. How was he hurt? He felt like.
Well, you could then say something like some very bad person harmed your dad. Do you think they're gonna ask?
I don't want to. I
You
know
don't
I
wanna
have to say
expose
something,
them?
but
Well,
they're
and
gonna
then-
be so scared. What if the very bad person comes and harms me, and then they're gonna be orphans?
We'll talk to, and again, take it one day at a time. Though we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves again.
I know, but I'm just trying to figure out how do I go to the house and tell them what's going on.
When you were talking to your parents, you were very composed given the situation.
I'm usually a really good advocate for other people, just not for myself. So yeah, I can put on my big girl pants if I have to, but talking to my parents and talking to my kids.
Well, and then when you do talk to them, I always look, I could be there with you, but they don't know me. So I think
that would freak them out
right.
more.
I'm usually pretty good when I can use my sexual charisma, but obviously that is a little taboo when I'm dealing with my blood relatives. Or maybe not. It certainly seems to exist between Charlie and Donna. Yeah.
To have you there,
Right,
who's this
exactly.
and why do we need her?
So
and they would ask you who are you?
Right, and then we'd be little friends, but still the same. But have a support there for you. So if things get a little bit hard on you.
Can I text Ritu and just my friend who's a child psychiatrist? And
absolutely.
Because I think.
Yeah, and again, I'm not a psychiatrist and I don't work directly with children.
Do you mind if I talk to her? I'm sorry,
No.
I just keep feeling like I'm a suspect and I need to ask.
No.
No.
And she'll probably call you after you send her this text, and
I'm gonna run out of battery soon. I can't believe it's almost 8:00 at night.
How bad is your battery?
I have 36%, which isn't terrible.
I was gonna say I might have a cable at my desk.
It's an older one. It's not one of the.
Oh, then I just did it to you. Sorry.
I really wish I had taken a shower this morning. My plan was to go to this lunch and then come home and work out and shower and then be ready for this party tonight with the boys. Plans are funny, all kinds of plans that will not be happening. I was taking my dad on a trip for his 70th birthday.
No, Frogazan, it's not a record. I think we got 298 one time, but 200 is high. 225 is high. You know what would be great, guys? 225 likes on the video. How about it, guys? Can we make it happen? We're about ready to wrap up. Just over 4 hours tonight, guys.
On the 2 weeks when Danny goes with the kids to Canada, I was thinking about that before, of like, if the situation were reversed, I want to make sure that his family has access to the kids, you know, that like they can feel like they didn't have a good relationship with them before. They're pretty difficult people, but these are their grandkids.
They're pretty difficult people, are they, Wendy? How's that, Wendy? And this is coming from you and Adelson, the most difficult fuckers, selfish bastard people on earth.
You know, so I want to make sure that they can have a relationship with them.
And that would be good too, because that would be kind of giving them a relationship with their dad.
How did this happen? I feel like either Amy's ex-husband did this or somebody did this on my behalf. Some crazy deranged person thought that this was a good way to support me. And that's why I feel responsible. Unless it was something to do with Amy, and then I don't feel responsible. But then I'm still responsible because I'm the one who left Danny. If I didn't leave him, he would never be with Amy. And now my kids don't have a father.
I can see why you'd have that logic.
Oh, good acting, Wendy. Listen, Wendy, we all know that you're finding this hilarious. You've got exactly what you wanted, or at least you think you did, right? 2 years later, are you Mrs. Adelson? You know, I was with Taco up in Broward, and he told me everything. Do the right thing, man. Take care of Taco like you've been taking care of Katie and Tudor, man. I was with Taco up in Broward. I was with Taco up in Broward. Oh, that bump guy. Should we just watch the bump video before we close off, guys?
Of that blaming, but and it's going to take some time, but that's not the way to think. You did what was best for you and your kids. And you said it yourself, if anyone took this on their part, they were clearly not in their right mind.
I feel like by complaining about how difficult he was, like I inspired this lunacy.
Okay.
Hey, Monica, Victoria girl with the culinary wonders. Here's your true crime metrics challenge for the week. We want to see tacos. Okay, let's see what you can do with tacos, Monica. Okay, how about it? You have to provide tacos to the entire true crime metrics community. And everybody, we've decided at True Crime Metrics that the day Wendi Adelson is arrested, whatever date that falls on, will be International True Crime Metrics Taco Day. Okay? Everybody's got to eat a taco on that day, and every year on that day. Okay?
You went through a divorce. You're not the only person that complains about.
Not from the bell. Get a real one.
Their soon-to-be ex-spouse. divorces aren't really things that happen to people that are completely happy and together, and each person's going to talk to their person. Okay, you did
Yeah, right. Never leave. Hit the like if you want a taco.
what you needed to do for yourself. And just because you confided in friends and family and got the support that you needed, doesn't give anyone in your friends or family the authorization or even to conclude that that was an okay thing to do, if it was even something like that. And you don't stay with someone for forever just in case something might happen.
Do this, like, what if it's Jeff? Like, then I did this by asking for some time away from him. I made him crazy.
But you haven't said anything that would indicate that you would think Jeff had anything against.
I mean, he didn't like Danny because Danny hurt me, you know?
Right. But what would make you think he'd go to this extreme?
Nothing. Nothing
So-
would make me think that. He's a therapist.
He's a social worker.
Yeah.
So,
He felt for me. He was sad for me when I was sad. He would help me reason out things and figure out how to, like.
We helped you with your family problem up north. And my brother Taco, he's incarcerated at the moment. He's going through some tough times. We helped you with the family problem. I was with Taco up in Broward.
Like,
but even
that, it's like we have a parenting coordinator, and Danny didn't like our last parenting coordinator, so he fired her. And so we've been without one for a while, and like it's just all been dragging on. But we had a meeting July 24th, so next week, with this potential parenting coordinator, and Jeff helped me. Like, I didn't ask him to, but he wrote this long email of, like, because I was like, yeah, the parenting coordinator asked if I have any issues, and I said I don't really, just like, it's just hard, you know, co-parenting, but I don't have any, like, things I'm mad at.
and as a parenting coordinator,
Their role is to help you basically.
And that's it, guys. But just before we close out for the night, 2 years these fuckers went through. Hey, look, we totally pulled it off. We got away with it. Donna Adelson bump video.
Why did you select Donna?
Condominium. That's the stairs coming from her condominium toward the street.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, bud.
That shirt is a cry for help. Look at the way she walks. What is she, late? She's walking fast. How old is she here? She's like 64. Oh, 66. Is that right? She was 73 in 2023. So in 2016, she would have been 66.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this.
She's got her hair the same way Wendi has it in this video, almost. Not quite.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. This is you.
This is so obvious. Like it's like that they've gone to the dress up box, you know, and said, okay, we need something that says Latin King. So we're thinking beard. We're thinking long beard and shaved head. That is so biker. That's so genuine biker, because every biker has a shaved head and a long beard. They just take the hair off the head and put it on the face. Kind of baggy shirt.
Scared? Good, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Hugo for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuba. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
And like that, he's gone. I love how he disappeared behind the truck that came into shot.
Thank you.
Almost. That was almost perfect timing. You just saw his arm after the truck passed, but you know, you could crop that out. How cool was that? Was he even there?
Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
I would have 100% known that that was a cop, man. Not a doubt in my mind. Okay, what are we doing, guys? Fucking 5:45 in the morning. Good job I got a little bit of sleep last night. Okay. Thank you, everybody in the chat. All you guys, all you crazy guys. Did everyone leave a like on the video? We're about to shut down for the evening, guys. Or the morning, as it were. Yeah. Hey, Amanda Chapman. Thanks so much for the super sticker, Amanda, just before we go. And thank you to our supporters on buymeacoffee.com and all of our Patreon members. We got to do a roll credits with all of our supporters on a list. I think that'd be that's what happens on real channels, right? Are we a real channel now, Soap? I think so. Okay, many thanks for all the comments, all the likes, all the support, all the ideas, and please, I think we're going to create a section in Discord called Friendly Constructive Debate. So any crazy people with some supporting evidence that would like to demonstrate why they believe Wendi was sending messages to Donna through her charge card while Donna was logged into Wendi's banking app in Miami, please come over to the Discord and join the Friendly Constructive Debate group. Okay? But there's loads of other stuff on Discord as well, guys. It's not just it's good. It's good. Everybody who's not on Discord. And welcome to all our new Discord members. There's a few, I've seen a few come in tonight already, but you know, we should still build some more. There's over 100 people in Discord now, guys. Over 100 people. How many? Over 100 people. Okay, we will be back tomorrow, guys. Maybe even with a double header. How about that? 2 streams. What could we do tomorrow? Well, we'll think of something. Well, I think we're going to do another theme week, okay? It's pretty much, what is this? This is the last full week we've got until Donna Adelson's trial. Once we get to this Friday, there'll be less than a week to go. It's starting on, I think it's Wednesday, isn't it? The Wednesday after next. How fantastic is that? It's already here, guys. Jury selection. Okay. Many thanks to everybody, guys. Until then, be kind to each other. Don't be an Adelson, and have a safe drive home. True Crime Metrix out.